Alrighty, well, I guess we could get started. Yesterday I decided not to get on. It was a little late and I was really getting caught up watching some people's streams and some critique analysis stuff. Let the stream warm up here. Guess I could put a starting soon up. What's up, Who Locked? Sims 4. Man, I haven't played Sims in a long time. I think I rented one back on the GameCube and might have played a Game Boy Advance one, but do they still put out Sims 4 content? That's been out forever. Maybe I'll have to give it a go sometime. Oh wow. I mean, they keep dishing out content. Is there like a complete version for that game? I feel like it's gotta be $1 million at this point. Hasn't The Sims 4 been out for like a decade? How long is it? Maybe I'm thinking of Sims 3. 2014, yeah, almost. Wow. Wonder if it's worth playing the old Sims games. Feels like one of those games where like they just make like a better version every time. Unless they seem to fuck that up, then you almost just want to play the new one. Unless it has like a very... I guess there's some that are supposed to have very different vibes, but... Okay, cool. That's awesome. Enjoy. I'm kind of just writing notes right now. I should have done before the stream, but I figured I'd have it warm up while I write some. Alright. I guess I'll get started. Yeah, yesterday, decided, was too much going on. I was too distracted by shit, so we wouldn't have had much time. But today, I'm gonna go as late as I can stay up. So, despite starting 8 to 9 hours into my day, I'm just gonna roll. Try to get a lot done before Monster Hunter. Do need to have a particular sleep schedule for Monster Hunter to line up with Elegy's stream time. That'll be in a week. I might have to make some adjustments by then, but I also still have not gotten my fucking mail, my games in the mail. It's been 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks tomorrow. So, if I don't get those tomorrow, I'm gonna have to call USPS or report them missing or something. I pay monthly for Gamefly, and it's annoying that USPS wastes my money with their fucking insanely long delivery times, man. It's first class mail, too. I know they had like a holiday or whatever this last weekend, but like, it's 2 days, man. We'll see. Point is there for AI2. I'm gonna have to pick that up very early, so I don't end up risking missing out on that. Anyways, if anybody's actually been paying attention, you'll notice that I have a bunch of areas on the right side of the map found that I did not on the last stream. So, the day I did that short stream, the 3 or 4 hour one, and then said I'd come back and didn't, I actually did a bunch of offline shit. No story, all I did was walk into the towns and walk out. So all of the exploration on the map, that is just kind of walking and doing random battles and grabbing chests. I did all that, and that was like 5 or 6 hours. I feel like actually one of the issues I have with the game right now, despite liking it so far, it is I would say devoid of enough content to justify how slow and drawn out the overworld stuff is. Visually it's impressive, you know, oh, it looks great, you know, you're walking around the real world and there's an immersion to it, the music going, you know, it's real nice, but there's just like a few chests here and there, almost as much as in the old games. But despite, I feel like the areas being so much bigger and you going through them so much slower. That coupled with generally slower fights. They have like quick intros, pretty long animations and all that, and have diminishing returns very quickly. So I thought that was content that really didn't need to be shown on the stream. I'm not going to warp to each place. We will walk it so that there is a feeling of the adventure for anybody watching. But I'm not going to do too many detours except for real stuff like we're about to do here. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see as we go. I wouldn't call myself an impatient man or anything, and I did enjoy just kind of relaxing and, you know, watching some stuff on the side and just kind of walking around the environment, but compared to even the other ones, it is, despite having more varied terrain and stuff, really it doesn't have that much to actually interact with, so it can be slow going. I think if you just walk to each area, you know, that would be alleviated, and the rewards you get are kind of like okay, but an adventure kind of, I feel like that agency and, you know, discovering the unknown is kind of important, and I mean, you can get that by just being led around, I suppose, but it's not like it's still pretty linear. I mean, you can see the path, but I don't know, it's not been a huge deal, but I mean, we're 20 hours in and I feel like we've not even started the game, really. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just be getting it, I guess, digitally on the Switch. I should probably just buy that early and get it downloaded, just in case. I'm trying this coconut blueberry Red Bull. It's kind of whatever. I like coconut and I like berries, but together in this, I don't know. I don't know about it. I really like the strawberry apricot one, so I was like, I'm gonna try some other shit. And the dragon fruit one's like okay, and then this one's kind of whatever. There's my review of fucking Red Bull Coconut Edition. I don't remember, do you play on Switch, Hula? Oh, also something I should mention. Oh, cool. You'll have to play a bit with this one. I remember how far you got. Also, something I should mention is I did fuse more stuff. I didn't look anything up. This is all experimental. I mean, believe me if you want. I don't really give a fuck. But, so I mixed cheese with molds. Haven't found a way to do the bat. Created a kilt with grass and magic hide. Created a leather shield with magic hide and a pot lid. Created I think leather armor with plain clothes and magic hide. Oh, HR6. I might spend the day before the stream kind of warming back up with the game. Maybe I'll do a few hours. I'll still be working on this, so I don't want to play so much Monster Hunter before Sunbreak that I like lose interest in this, but I do a bit. What else did I make? I think that was about it. I found like the bronze shield and stuff like that. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, so I only walked into each town like a 1 foot. And into each dungeon a little bit. This one coming up, I grabbed a couple chests. I thought it was just a really small cave, it wouldn't be worth anything, but it actually leads up to a greater deal, so... I'll show off where the chests were. Obviously my guys have got a little bit more levels than when we left off. Looking at 45, 23... Towards Courage, 67 Actless, 23 Humanity, 44 Staves, 19 Sect Appeal. I'm just using magic now on her, it's really strong, she has a lot of mana. And then 10 bows, 18 charisma on him. I don't have any bows, but we have enough towns coming up, I'll probably find some stuff. Yeah, I need to practice my lance a little bit, it's been a bit since I played, so... I don't want to look the fool with all the professionals like Godo and Elegy, right? Everybody makes fun of the Lance users. We don't deserve it, man. Sunbreak will be our time to shine. I really hope the new Lance abilities in Sunbreak are awesome. I'm going back, man. I was doing, you know, dual blades. It's really effective. It was fun. There's a chest up there. Can I grab that one? It might just be coming up. Yeah, it's very effective, it's very fun, but I just like that feeling of blocking and poking, man. It's very unique. I'm addicted. I'm addicted to poke. More importantly, the block, probably. Alright, so I walked through here. There's like a chest around this corner on the left here. And it's like 5 feet, there's really nothing going on. Oh yeah, I put a fucking whip on her. Meant to put the staff because you get more mana from it. Whatever. Too late now. If I switched it out, I wouldn't get any mana back, so gotta remember to do that when we go to the next area. Oh, the amiibo. Oh yeah, I might be able to use some gold points. If I get those 2 games in the mail soon, I'll get some more points from that. I'll take a little off the top, why not? I did write down some locations of chests I couldn't get to. There's a lot of chests I couldn't get to. More importantly, I've been taking pictures. Or I could get to them, but I couldn't open them. That's the important thing. Sip like a star. America's Got Talent. Replica tumblers are back? Why does Sonic send me this stupid shit, dude? Whoa, I gotta go get my America's Got Talent cups. You can take me out back, man. You start seeing me getting pumped for that kind of shit. Oh yeah, the photos. Quite a few actually, like 6. Not one where I'm standing though. I might have either missed that or we have to get to it from somewhere else. Closer to here. You have a pretty big amiibo collection? Or are you just really interested in the Monster Hunter? What's up, Outcast? Medicinal herbs. That's weird. It looks like there's like a couple pixels on the game. On the bottom and the bottom right that are missing. But I think that might just be the game. Well, thanks for being interested, dude. I just wonder if that's built in. I can't tell on my TV. I feel like it might be. That doesn't matter, it's almost imperceptible. You just notice this shit when you stream because a lot of it could be user error. Treeman. Yep. Started a little later into the day, but we should be going for a while. Oh, did you? Outcast? That sucks. Yeah. There's times where I've had too much caffeine and I'll have that happen. This last week or two it's been stuff I want to wake up for. I'll set an alarm and then wake up like 2 hours before it. And it's been really hot. It's hard to sleep when I'm really hot. I have 3 Squirtle Lucario and Magnamalo. Oh, you get the armor from it. Interesting. I have 2. But I have a bunch of figures. Some other shit over there. I have Boo. And Samus. I don't think I've ever used them in a game. They're just good looking cheap figures. Yeah. You had mentioned that you'd mentioned that he was getting the Mizutsune or whatever, Malzeno, excuse me, not Mizutsune. Amiibo for Rise. Some conversation spark. Pac-Man, yeah, I've got other Nintendo related ones, but they're not amiibos. Like I've got like a Tom Nook. He's not like on a stand. So I actually have the Tom Nook laying down because he doesn't stand up well at all. And then I just have Boo licking his asshole. Figured I might as well. If he's gonna lay down, it might as well be funny. Tom Nook getting his asshole eaten out by Boo. Seems pretty good. Pac-Man. Pac-Man had some cool stages and stuff. In Smash. Well, I tend to like the gimmicky stages anyways. So I don't care about the game competitively. Oh, that's awesome. Do you guys collect any other figures or just amiibos? Or any other memorabilia at all? I have a lot of posters. I have a fair amount of figures over there. I guess I used to have shirts, but I'm too fat for them nowadays. I got a couple soundtracks physically and a couple old games that I don't have the systems for, but I collect anyways. From Super Famicom, but I guess that's getting into more just collection, but memorabilia I guess is different. Yeah, I don't do much anymore. I kind of have as much stuff as I'd like. I mean, I wouldn't hate to have more, but it's pricey. Somebody was very kind and gifted me a Fate figure. It's been cool. One of the highlights of the collection. Fate Hollow Ataraxia. Yeah, that's my main thing. I just don't have the money. I used to be more willing back in the day, but I got a lot of what I did when I was in Japan, and out there it was cheaper, and obviously you're out there, so you want to grab stuff. What else is down here? Bats. I've never really played it seriously. I mean, I played it a lot as like a party game or time killer on Melee. The N64 one. I did Brawl for like a while with friends. It was always kind of just like a party game, I guess, you know, like its original intent was. Smash 4 I did for like a week. That was when I was starting to rent stuff, so if I really didn't have any long-term interest, I wouldn't buy something, so. And when you don't got something, you don't play it. And then this last one I played for a bit. I have no problem with Smash competitively, though. I just don't, personally. Especially not now with the stream. I don't mind spending time on a single game for a while, but the entire world of Vidya at my fingertips, it's a little harder for me to justify spending insane amounts of time on one thing. Most of that's because of the stream and me just kind of getting more into just kind of talking about the medium and stuff like that. Yeah, that makes sense. Start going a little harder on it. I did go over there with for the new Smash to a few people's places to play. But yeah, I just never did any like kind of competitive tourney stuff like online or in person. Well, this seems to be completely like a side area. We'll see if it ends up that way. I would like it to be a side area. I think the game needs more things to just discover at this point. That's cool. I remember how much Smash I did in college. I'd be around Smash 4, so probably not a lot. Yeah, it sounds like a good time, man. I'm trying to think of what my big multiplayer thing was in college. It's probably Dota 2 or League of Legends. Also, when I started to get into... Well, I wouldn't personally stream as much. I would do a little here and there, but almost impossible to do on college internet. But watching lots of streams. I think I started playing a bit more retro stuff then too. What? All of a sudden you're doing Mononoke? What got you interested? I refuse to elaborate. Yeah, I watched the Ayakushi stuff too. It was alright, but Mononoke is pretty cool. Oh, the Estinian figure that I feel locked. I responded, but I forgot to ask about that. How much did that cost? What is the Estinian figure? FF14. Japanese streamer I follow was hanging out and watching, chatting while watching on a YouTube premiere. Oh, like he's watching the actual show? Or just the trailer? Is it this one, Hulok? This is like the minion one. I assume it was the one with his armor. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's a crispy looking one. Official Japanese stream of all of it going to promote the movie. Oh, that's awesome. I had no idea. Yeah, Mononoke is very stylish. I can't remember much of the story, but it was like oozing with style. And the dude himself was cool. It's been a long time since I watched it. Yeah, it's kind of just like a feudal Japan painting turned into like a stylish anime. Damn. It's a rare occurrence though, man. Go to watching something like that. No warning. I have to take some notes, man. Gotta trick the man into it. You had fun with Vendetta, man. Don't lie, man. Don't lie. What is at the top of this, man? And the crazy zoom out camera here. Nothing, which probably means come back later. Ancient building. Waiting for the time travel. Oh, just Resident Evil Vendetta. Ended up watching that. A while back, like a week ago. Shit and piss everywhere. Yeah. That's what happened, dude. And we just did it in the Discord. Trying to get it at a good time, but I think I missed you, Outcast, and I'm sure some other people. So many people from so many different time zones, it's sometimes hard to get those hitting everybody. Usually the day I do movie things, it's just like a whole day of it, so I can at least catch one or two when I do it. I didn't even put a chest up there, man. A little disappointing. Also, my throat is very sore. Allergies from yesterday or something. My throat's kinda feels raw. Oh. Just shower with them. Yeah, it's always a problem with roommate stuff. Right when you want to go do something, somebody's in the can. Every time. Was this just locked and I didn't write it down? It's very possible. Yeah, that's the call. Make him suds you up. You're the boss of this apartment? Imaginary apartment. I just didn't grab it. Okay. Alright. We'll rest at the Riverside Chapel and then walk over to the next town. Even though I could warp there. But really... But I figured I'll retain the journey for the stream, for the playthrough. I bought a bunch of Danishes. They're pretty tasty. Probably not the healthiest pick, but I want something sweet. They're not the most filling either. I'm still hungry. I had two and I'm still starving. Might have another couple here. One of the reasons I got on so late is I keep going to the store like when it opens up. They had some decent sales on some beef and some thick pork chops, but it wasn't enough. Some of the beef looked like the colorization on it was like way different. Well, that'd be an efficient use of your time. So I have Holy Protection turned on. Oh, I forgot to put the staff on here too. I'm gonna just forget to do it if I don't. Go ahead and do it now. Oh yeah. Well, if there's anything you guys want to dig into on this game, we could go ahead and attempt a conversation about something. But I think the biggest problem right now is there really is not terribly much going on. I mean, story-wise, what's happened so far? I guess I could attempt a little synopsis for shits. Jengus's hat. It makes him look like a bandit. It's not good for him. But it's good for us, because it makes him look like a bandit, which is fun. Bad for the character, good for the player. It's a nice design. If he had like swooped, nice looking hair, he wouldn't look as funny. Protect hat's actually something important. Makes him seem more kind of like a laid back, casual kind of adventure instead of like this hero. Like he's kind of just wearing a big brown coat with like a fucking bandana, you know? Like he's not like he's evil, but he seems very casual. You compare that to like a Dragon Quest 1 or something where you start out looking like a knight, essentially. I think it's refreshing, especially in a game that's more focused on an immersive world and exploration. Like I said, despite it being honestly pretty empty so far, but pirate? Yeah, pirates do have the bandana thing going on. I think that look is it's expelled a little bit after you play, but I think if you looked at through the game looked at the game with a glance, yeah, you'd be like, oh, is this like maybe he's like a pirate or something? Yeah. Okay, so we're in the new town. This guy seems very depressed. Edged boomerang. Steel broadsword. Go ahead and get Angelo a bow. I'm gonna buy myself a broadsword. Yeah, he has a little hamster in his pocket, which we've used actually for exploration one time, which was cool. You like sneak into her room through a hole in the wall with the little guy, and I think he can be used in fights, maybe. The cheese, so be a little, I guess you almost call him a mascot. Yeah, did they just have like all of the heroes or something? I don't remember. Just the big ones. I guess a lot of them don't have like a super distinguished look to them. Try scales and the Batwing. The Goku looking guy from 6 maybe? They all kind of look like Goku. I don't know if the 6th one looked extremely Goku-ish. I think it looked more like a Gohan with like, he might have red hair. So one of the problems I have too is, I've talked about already, the alchemy bot. I feel like really does more of a job almost dissuading, keeping you away from experimenting. I wrote some notes about it. What did I write? Not that interesting, there's not enough combinations. It takes too long to make something, too many text box and menuing to even get to the point where you can combine shit, or after failing. You have to unequip items to even test those instead of having any info on it. Lack of info on screen. That's a problem too. You can put recipes on screen and stuff, but it'd be nicer if you could just like have those pop up as you're looking around. Like if you happen to have a recipe like, oh, these two will work. Things that didn't work would be nice. Just piss in the sink. I won't tell anybody. Everybody here says suspicious. Leather dress. That's an upgrade for her. Bronze armor. Diamond slime earrings. Oh yeah. Another fan of pissing on weird places. Everybody's very depressed here. Renai powder. Powder used to turn milk into cheese. Sure. Very distressed. I could buy some more equipment if I wanted, but I don't know if these monster coins have a use, but I feel like I should explore more. We have a few places open. The leather dress I feel like I'm going to be able to combine. Oh, okay. You gotta go. Ladies' ring. Lost by a rich woman. Yeah, when you gotta go, man. Piss in the sink if you gotta. Just gotta make sure to, you know, rinse it out, I guess. Like the leftover piss smell. Getting all over your home. Or whatever. I don't know what it's like to piss in a sink. I imagine it's not terribly different. I don't know if the porcelain or whatever on a... or whatever toilets are even made of nowadays. I don't know if a special reaction with piss. King's just... the king doesn't feel good, so everybody has to have morning clothes on. Sink fisting stream, I'm sure people pay top dollar for that. Yeah. There's a bit more logistics to the whole thing. No, the queen's dead. Books. Alchemy? Can hope though. Leatherworking. A fur poncho. 2 kinds of animal skin. Animal pelt and an animal pelt. I thought I made something with 2 magic hides. Or maybe it's literally gotta be a pelt, not a magic hides. Stone hard hat. Stone axe and a hat. Okay. I'll do that. I thought I had tried some of that, but I guess not hats. I tried armor. One thing that's nice about alchemy is it gives more meaning to books. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it furthers Not in a huge way, but it does. I mean, any little thing, I guess, in Dragon Quest is a good thing, but it further rewards exploration. And it gives more value to book cases, where in the past they maybe didn't have anything, or just be a little bit of lore, which totally fine. I mean, adding some lore is cool, or some jokes, but when I see a list or a thing of bookcases now, I'm much more willing to check them all out. For alchemy, it's a nice little way to work alchemy in. Full moon. Do I have to go to that fucking area on the bottom left at night? Might have to go back then. That's why there's nothing there. Alright. Notes. Kind of just writing down some thoughts about the pacing, some of the quality of life stuff, like the saves still being kind of a hurdle left from tradition, and their location in the world, and they're really even worth it, or if it's just to further slow things down. And then kind of wrote some things about slow pacing can be good for immersion and the feeling of like adventure and, you know, your place in the world. But with too much tedium, like the saving or long animations and fights, or alchemy being pointlessly slow with the bazillion text boxes and all that, or, you know, just a lack of things to find in the overworld and do. But like, instead of immersion, slow pace can turn around and that just causing issues. too early to really tell how that is in the long run. That's why I'm kind of was thinking about not even mentioning it. But it's just something I'm thinking about, I guess. Let's get that stone axe going. And some kind of hat. Wait, did I already use the axe? Oh no, there it is. 3-page essay on Yangus's hat. Sure, I could write some notes about the character design, but I don't know enough about the people, how effective their character design is, and I mean, on the surface, I mean, Yangus definitely stands out in the main character, dude, from a lot of other Dragon Quest characters. Jessica has 2 big reasons for her to stand out. Angela, we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things. I'll write some stuff down. I know we're just joking, but one of those things. And I can only really talk about that like surface level appeal of the character design until we really get feel for the characters and see everybody else and compare them. Holy Jesus. 40. It's pretty pricey. Oh, time to re-explore. So head down to the lake. Should probably see what everybody has to say here first. It might be valuable. We might have to figure out the mountain at night thing at a different point. I don't know about that drink. That's gonna be a slow sippy. Yeah, you can see the little mouse on him here. It's like right there. I don't even know what his name is. I don't know if they've named him. He's just the little mouse gerbil dude. Although they've hinted that maybe he's something else. Something crazier. This king sounds like a horrible leader. Maybe he is from space. The moon shadow window. Well, they're heavily hinting at us needing to go to this space moonlight window thing, but I feel like there might be story flags I need to raise with the king first. What, miniature space hamsters? The only hamster meme I know is the Baldur's Gate one. Okay, yeah, that one. I forgot he was a space hamster. But I know the character. He was on my main party in Baldur's Gate 1. Was it Bender's voice actor? I don't remember his name. Winnie the Pooh. Maybe not Bender. I think it might have just been Winnie the Pooh. Was what I was thinking of. No, I was mixing the two up. But Winnie the Pooh's voice actor, though. For sure. Lives in the house next to the bridge. Great. So we have to go there at night. I'd like to check this out during the day though as well. Man, it costs like $1 zillion to stay the night at this place. I mean, I guess I could just zoom out. Today's the day, man. What's today? What is this, Monumentous Day? Oh, Jesus. Uchikino! Hopefully I don't get spoiled. If I ever finally get my mail, the next thing I'm reserving is that. It's been over 2 weeks since I've gotten my mail. Completely dog shit postal service, so if I want Uchikino ready to roll for Sub Big 3, I need to like get it really early. The reviews are great, man. We can trust those, right? It's gotta be good. Yeah, just like ZTD and AI1. Yeah. We can trust him, man. The reviewers would not steer us wrong. They know their shit, dude. Too many QTs is a con. I saw one that was, the positive was that it weaves lots of comedy into it. And that it feels a lot like the first one. That's good. You know? Kino waits. Okay, there is a flag here. Of course. All these hints that you can go somewhere, but you still need to do a bunch of things first before they really let you do it.
I must explain. The king is refusing to speak with anyone at present. Please forgive him if he caused offense. You see, he's never been quite the same since Queen Sasher died 2 years ago.
Sasher?
If only it were possible to meet with those who've passed away. Oh, it would mean the world to the king if he could see his queen.
It would mean a lot to everybody who's ever lost somebody, but he can get over it.
You know, my grandmother used to tell me lots of stories when I was small. Lots of very strange stories. I'm sure there was one about a way to make any wish come true. No, it's no good though. I just can't remember it. I'm sure she'd be happy to tell me if I went to see her, but I'm so busy with work here at the castle. I'm afraid I must ask you a favor. I'd like you to go and see my grandmother. She lives in a house west of here, next to a bridge. Could you ask her to tell you the old story about how to make wishes come true? Maybe it's just a fairy tale.
Haven't the villagers already told me?
If there's any chance it might be true, then I have to try and help the king. I wish I could go and ask her myself, but there's so much to do here at the castle.
I like discovering it through the town.
On his own.
Having it be woven in the narrative just straight up like this is fine, but
really counting on your help.
It does downplay
my
the
grandmother lives west of Ascanther,
exploration
in a
of it.
house next to a bridge.
I don't think it's been a huge deal and it's not happened all that much, but there is something to be said. Oh, yeah, Uchikoshi's just the author.
I pray at church every day that the king will be happy again.
The man who's made the best VNs to ever exist. Yeah, I kind of liked in the old Dragon Quest games, especially like the first couple, uh, when you would walk around and like you'd figure out what was wrong in the town or in a place based on just talking to people or just seeing how things are a little bit more. I wouldn't call it straight up environmental, but you know, you piece together some clues in a way. And then you go maybe do that thing, you know, figure out that puzzle or the hidden item or something is. But in this, and I mean, I guess others have been like that too. They kind of just more traditional JRPG where they're just like, oh yeah, you go run around and then wait for like pretty much just a cutscene to tell you what to do, and then you do it. Shit, I would have no idea. I don't know my Japanese. Yeah, hopefully I can avoid spoilers for 2 to 3 weeks. I'm gonna have to go easy on looking through V and all that. Oh, is it? Yeah, I wouldn't know. I only learned a bit of Japanese, and it's mostly the alphabet back in school. Somehow I missed this. Whole room. Throat, man. Swallowing too much junk or something. My throat's getting a little too raw. Yeah, I have no idea. I wish I remembered more. I'd love to speak another language, but yeah. Suddenly I don't remember. Problem is, so many of these are just general, like any kind of hat. That means like they could just pick any hat and that'll be used just for a single thing, right? Which is nice, but it's horrible for experimentation because there's just too many combos that don't amount to anything. You make like every single item usable, but only have 1 or 2 things that actually work. It's great if you find the recipe, that means you'll probably have what you need, but it's really bad for experimentation. For how long the system takes. What time does AI release anyways? When does the Kino begin? Mysterious forces blocking me. Is there gonna be a cutscene on the way out of town? Yeah.
I see. Magnificent! What a dutiful maid! Worrying about her master so. I am impressed.
3 hours.
A faithful retainer like her is a most precious treasure to a king. And you say she's about the same age as my dear Medea?
I don't know what time Steam usually does stuff.
Very well. Now this is an order. I want you to help this maid with her request. I beg your pardon? A detour? Well, if you get onto it quickly, it won't be a problem, will it? Off we go. We must lend a hand to this delightful maid of yours.
Lady was talking about, like, sitting there all night. I sure hope not. That'd be a huge bitch. I'm just gonna like turn it to nighttime and then walk down there and hope it doesn't turn to daytime before it's too late. It's either that or I mean, I guess it's been daytime for a bit already. It's either that or I assume it's going to be nighttime by the time we're in there. Because I don't know if it'll turn to night in the dungeon. I mean, I guess I could walk down there and just wait outside, but... I don't know how literal it is with its sun in this game. Well, we got a ways to go. It might be nighttime by the time we get there. But yeah, that sense of discovery of like you piecing together like old, you know, myths and stuff from like a town and some old wives' tale or some shit, and then actually making it happen is kind of like a cool bit of, I guess you wouldn't call it exactly environmental storytelling, but something more akin to that. When they actually put like some voiced stuff and cutscenes and after the villagers have already said all that stuff, it feels like it's kind of just being, I don't say pandery if that's the word, but I mean, it makes it easier, I guess, and more accessible that way. But I think it does ruin a little bit of the feeling of going out there and discovering the world and figuring little things out on your own. They don't outright tell you exactly what to do, but Jesus, dude, there's a person right next to her who tells you about the mountain and about the ruins at the top. Like, I mean, it doesn't need to be difficult, it's just Dragon Quest, but... And the old ones you could say, you know, might be too much. You know, maybe it can ruin the pace or the feel of the RPG stuff because you're focused on writing notes, and every single person might have something important when it doesn't match super well with like the immersion. Like, I mean, if some random dude's talking about something 20,000 miles away, I guess it's not as important. Talk with every single NPC for infos, gamey too. Should every plot in town. Did I say that gaminess was a problem? It was more the discovery of how to do something. That's all I'm getting at. Is there something that's enjoyable about just like talking to people then figuring it out? It's not really a narrative, like, immersion thing. It's almost just like the reward. I mean, I guess it could be more immersive, yeah. That is true. To figure it out yourself. It's just the difference between them telling you exactly what to do in a cutscene and you inferring what to do. By, like, talking to the people. Or even better, reading into like environmental stuff. But they don't do that. They don't do environmental shit as much in these. Yeah, I mean, the gaminess of it, that's all different. I mean, that can, yeah, of course, that's not as immersive if it's super gamey. But I don't know, I don't think. Is this big a deal? The story immersion part of it's not as big a deal because, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to be just like the quality of the story and stuff. The actual, like, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I think you could still have that, though. You just have a cutscene with the king, and he's like, oh, God, Jesus. And then maybe your person or something, party members like, oh, I wish we could help him, blah, 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 and then you just go figure it out. I mean, the mage just literally tells you to talk to a singular NPC who tells you exactly the answer. Or at least her and the people right next to her. It's not a big deal, because at the end of the day, it's not like it's super hard in the first place. But then you could have a cutscene when we reach it, you know. I don't think it has to be at the cost of the story. Yeah. I guess this isn't like a super strong example of it, even if you did it right. Maybe just a cutscene would be better. It's safer that way. More people appreciate like a really solid cutscene with good story and production value than some kind of like hands-off exploration kind of discovery puzzle. I mean, just look at games nowadays, right? That's like the vast majority of games, so it's clearly the more popular answer. It was just something I kind of liked in the old ones, and if you put some better production value on it and more interesting like NPC dialogue or like environmental stuff, it could be cool. It's more typical this way, which is fine too, I guess. But I guess it depends on the cutscenes. The cutscene we got was nothing really special, so in this case I'd rather have something we just figured it out. Yeah, fair point though. Overall this game felt like it's barely had a story, and that's even for Dragon Quest. I don't know if I'm just playing like glacially slow. I mean, I do think this game overall is way slower than the other Dragon Quest games. In part, I mentioned it earlier, I wrote it down too. In part it's the, let me get up here before I start talking. Yeah, in part it's the, like the scale. I think on like an audio visual like presentation side of things, it's very immersive, that it's very big and it looks nice. There's all these different elevations and things to look at, and the orchestral music's way better. But like on the flip side, since everything is so much more big, it's like way slower, which would be fine, but I feel like there's not a whole lot actually going on in the world. There's just as many chests or less than the old games, but you're taking like 3-4 times as long to get everywhere. The random battles are pretty slow. I mean, the segue in is fine, but the actual animations can take a bit, and same with the text boxes. I mean, there's something to be said about, I feel like, a slow pace and how that makes you feel like you're a smaller part of the world, and that makes it more immersive and the world bigger. But yeah, that's the thing that's probably alleviated a bit in the 3DS version. But yeah, it's that stuff like the alchemy thing slows stuff down because you're in it for a bit. And, but mainly, yeah, like the towns are bigger. It takes longer to like even just open doors. There's a full animation for it. To talk to people, they need to like turn around and do stuff, and it looks nicer, but it slows everything down. And I don't know. At times I wonder if the audio visual like upgrades, the presentation upgrades, almost are even worth the glacial pace. Oh, I think it all looks better. That's the best part of this game so far. Is it's by far, like, that's the draw. I mean, the story's almost non-existent. The gameplay's the same with like, now you have the special abilities or whatever. Like, there's nothing really going on other than like better visuals for me. It's more that like my biggest thing so far is that it's just a very slow game. Even for Dragon Quest, it's maybe too slow. Like, the story's not going enough places, it takes forever to get anywhere, there's not enough stuff in the world to actually even do. It just takes a long time to do anything. And I don't know, I don't hate that. But by the end I could see it being kind of like a thing. Like at the time, maybe just the sheer visuals of the world were enough to make you not give a shit, but yeah. I could see the 3DS version, just a little bit of stuff cutting out some of that extra time spent traveling. Like having dudes in the world instead of random battles would be like pretty big for pacing. The party talk is fucked. It used to be a button. Okay, I think the towns are overall better. Like just where, I mean, I don't have any problem with the towns, yeah. Well, I mean, I guess my only problem is they're bigger. I mean, they take longer to move around, but for a town, I guess that's not a huge deal. I definitely have more issues with the world and the story pace so far than specifically the towns. Especially since now there's nighttime in towns again, which is great for immersion, but checking everything twice when the areas are even bigger slows it down more. Which, if the overworld wasn't so slow, I wouldn't matter. Because I love actually going to towns in Dragon Quest. Well, that's what I'm saying, is it's not the first one with nighttime. I don't know if they all had nighttime changes in towns. 3 did. That was a big deal in 3, I think. You'd go everywhere twice to check everything. I don't think they all did that. Yeah, I'm not saying this is the first one with nighttime. It's that checking the towns twice. I just stand here. And just take a bit. Well, nighttime is good for immersion. I mean, it's nice seeing... Sorry, I must have just said it poorly or something. Nighttime I feel like is good for like immersion. Like, it's nice to see nighttime. The world feels like it's moving, and I mean, it just looks nice. But I don't like how it makes you... Okay, so it's not that checking the whole city twice is what's the problem. It's that the cities are big enough where checking them twice is more of a pain in the ass than in like 3, where they were smaller. Like in this, it's like, it's cool that there's different dialogue, but it hasn't felt super important to check everything at night. But then there is the occasional thing you need to do at night, so it's like, fuck. You don't have much choice, like the event we just did. Nighttime sucked at 5. I don't remember how bad it was in 5. I always mix it up with 3. So that was the first time I really thought about day and night in these. Oh yeah? God, I don't remember that. Yeah, that sucked. Yeah, and to say, or to be more specific, I don't think it's like a huge deal right now. It's like, I could just see if the game doesn't start interspersing more events throughout, or has more like dense continents, that it could be kind of an issue. Like, if any one thing was a little bit juicier, it'd be fine. Like, the towns only feel slow because you just got back from, like, walking for hours in the overworld, and you got, like, 4 chests for it. Like, if there was more story, then, you know, maybe you'd be more interested in walking around, or the areas look a little different or something. It wouldn't take much for me to not give a fuck. But right now, it's kind of like, I could see it being a bigger problem. Dragon Quest is pretty slow in general. I mean, you definitely gotta be more patient with it, which is, it's fine, it's chill. But, I don't know. This one's felt just like a touch more. I guess it's just something to mention. I have not, like, felt super strong about it, but not the only thing I've felt much about this one outside the better presentation. This is cool. Angus's hat. Not yet, man. That's the ultimate topic. I gotta really prep for that one.
I am Ishmari, keeper of the Moon Shadowland.
Okay.
Welcome to my realm.
Internet keeps dying. Yeah. Apologies if I wasn't clear or something. Yeah, so overall, it's just like, I think the game's pace has kind of got issues, and a lot of it's rooted in scale. The random battles, compounding with scale, animations, some of the systems like alchemy, kind of just a general slowness to everything. And while some of those individually are an improvement for presentation, it's kind of just an iffy thing overall. Like I said, like nighttime is great in general, but it's an issue when everything's massive and you need to check everything twice, and that's kind of what I mean. That was kind of the general shaboosh. What's up, guy?
Many moons have waxed and waned since human foot last.
Really, I think if
trod
they
this
just
earth.
had more stuff in the overworld, that
Weary
would be
travelers,
a big deal.
I
That'd be
welcome
enough
you
to
now
do.
to the land of the moon
We'll see as
shadow.
we go. But like, I spent like 5 or 6 hours walking off stream through the continent, and I got like 4 or 5 chests. Don't need to check everything twice thanks to cutscenes. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is like I'll discover that fully as we go, which is why I'm not like super steadfast about these opinions. And what's up, Newton? But they've given me items for talking to certain dudes. Like that guy gave me the nail, which let me get the thieves' key earlier. And I don't know what kind of info they will have. I mean, I'm fine with not checking, I guess. But like, the king there was only available at night. So it's like, if I just checked during the day and left, I'd be like, okay, well. I guess it's just going to depend on what they do, yeah. I mean, if every single place has a cutscene and I'm just fishing for the thread, then yeah, I might be able to just skip a bunch of NPCs and not talk to them twice. And if nobody gives items or any information, then yeah, I could skip some of those. But yeah, the main character looks good in the... They look more
Enlighten me.
casual.
What desire opened the moon shadow window on this night? No words. Your shoes can tell the tale.
That's 11. Fire Emblem Warriors. Oh, cool. The new one.
So,
Yeah, I think the town part of the argument though is small. I don't think the town is like
Sasha.
It's a big part of it. I would say the lack of stuff going on in the overworld and the random battles pace. It's like the speed is by far a bigger problem. I think it just like makes, because you're already kind of like, okay, well this is pretty slow. It already, that kind of like leaks into the towns a little bit, but I don't think. The towns are like the root of anything.
You
It's more of a byproduct.
amazed, mouths agape in wonderment.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Forgive me. I
That's
have
been the only
let
big thing
you
I've really got
cloud your eyes.
in the game. It's like a big negative.
Children of the light of day, do you believe that memories are yours alone? Your clothes, houses, tables and chairs, the sky, the land, they too remember each passing day. Silently, they sleep in a dream world of memories. The moon's light may give shape to these dreams, these memories.
Yeah. I guess to talk more about the town part though, I think part of it is from 3 and stuff though. It's a habit from 3 where you got quite the benefit for checking everything twice. I think it's 3. Yeah, maybe they'll change how that feels as we go.
I cannot stir this daughter of the sun from her eternal
Not the biggest
sleep,
deal in general.
but perhaps I can end your friend's waking nightmare.
End his life.
Lead me to the castle. Lead me to the scene of Pavan's misery.
Listen, he's just a guest. The world. Oh. We're already here. Oh yeah, to go back on what you're talking about with the party thing. I agree there. I think I've always been weird about having so much of the dialogue be kind of like a thing like this. I think it's fine as long as the characters feel fleshed out and have their proper arcs and stuff in the main story. I think just extra stuff like in Tales, like skits, is totally fine, and this kind of has that same thing. But yeah, having it take longer, and you have to open up more menus and like target each individual dude, definitely slows the process down. So if you don't really care that much, you're less likely to even bother with it. And I mean, I barely bothered with it in the other games. I guess I'm more interested in these characters right now, but we'll see. Tears for Fears. Cool. Are you going with anybody? English pop rock band. Sounds so familiar. Couldn't be bothered in 8. Yeah. How did you find that in 5? I did a little bit, but I didn't go insane. I think another thing is, like, most of these characters feel they're characterized well enough. Like, it'd be nice to, like, learn more about them, but I don't feel like I need to understand them. But unless they just have something really funny to say. I mean, I guess if it was voiced, maybe I'd care more because of the funny voice acting. I agree, Fast, absolutely. That's just kind of what I mean, is when you already kind of have a passing interest, any extra steps in an already slow game is enough to just, like, turn me off it. Yeah, I'm looking up their music right now. I'm sure I've heard them before. Everyone Wants to Rule the World? Like the edgy version? Am I thinking of like a different one? Like a Marilyn Manson song or something. Oh, cool. That's awesome. I'd love to go to another concert. It's been a long time. Oh, gee. Oh, nice. Well, you guys have fun. I mean, there is a lot of extra dialogue. I don't know, I think my problem with the party chat in these is the few times, and I don't have like an exhaustive knowledge of party chat, I generally skip it. Which is weird because in stuff like Tales, I watch every single one to a fault. I was like fucking mindlessly boring by the end of it, but I think it is because it is so just kind of away. They never mention it more than once, but it's just always there. But one of my deals with the party chat is it's usually like always just like really in context, which I guess isn't like a bad thing. But when everybody has like a very similar reaction to that very specific event at that time, it doesn't like have enough of like a purpose. You might not be getting that much, you know, of their personality reveal. They might not be like very funny. You know, there's not like an arc to it. It's just like, this guy's gonna talk about everybody being asleep here, but in a rough way. And then this guy's, you know, this chick's gonna do it in a sexy way. And it's just like, it's the same content in some of these, but just said in a few different ways. And I don't know if it's like meaningful enough for me most of the time. It feels like I'm just reading text because it's there. And that might be wrong. I might just happen to only see those party dialogues and that makes me uninterested. Maybe there's some really good stuff. You'd imagine out of all of the writing, some of it has to be revealing or further characterize people or give us details about the world we wouldn't have normally. But so far through the series, most of it's uninteresting. I just don't care. Mad World? Maybe Fasta. I mean, I picked that version up for party chat and I was just like, Not impressed. Maybe I should do more in this. I can't really talk about party chat unless I read it. Another thing is I get caught up in the events of like stuff going on. Like when I'm out in the world and nothing's happening, I'd be more inclined to check party chat, but there's nothing happening, so there's not going to be that much they're going to say. But then when I get caught up in like a moment like this, I don't want to just stop and read party chat. I want to go. I mean, it's one of the strengths and the weaknesses. It's a strength in that you don't have to stop the gameplay as often for random cutscenes and stuff, like in a more, you know, anime-centric JRPG. But on the other side, it's like, well, you rarely see your party members do shit if they don't characterize them enough. Like, we had that backstory bit with the king and Angelo, and that might have been side content. It was very, very heavy backstory for him. Mad World, though? The one that Gary Jules covered, or was Gary Jules the one who did that first? I keep finding out that certain songs I know are covers. There's a Kentucky Route Zero song. This World Is Not My Home that I really, 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 really like. And then I looked it up, and there's actually an original version, and then I looked it up even harder, and even that version that was popular had an even farther back original version. I think they both sucked. I think the Kentucky Route Zero one was way better. But wild sometimes. I'm like, man, this is the original version of this, and then it's not.
O grieving soul, may the moon's rays trace the scenes enacted here long ago.
How is this supposed to help him? Gonna make him remember the good times.
What is this? A dream? An illusion? No. No. I remember this. You.
Go straight for the titty.
What is wrong?
Sasha. I've missed you so. These 2 years I've thought of nothing
Oh,
but
is she
you.
actually gonna talk to him? I thought he said he
Ever
couldn't
since
summon
you
her.
passed away.
Or is this just like a ghost to her? Is he like making it up, the harp guy?
You're not still
No,
fretting
it's-
about this morning's missive, are you? You mustn't.
Memories
You
again.
made the right decision. You're always so lenient with people. But sometimes you need to be firm too. That's a king's duty. Everybody believes in you. You must stand tall and proud. Ascantha is your country. Oh yes, I have news. The innkeeper's dog has had a puppy. He wants us to think of a name.
Is that me? Yes, I remember this. It was the spring before last. So, this is a memory from the past?
Big brains here.
A puppy, you say? What do you think? No doubt you've already thought of a good name for it.
It's a secret.
Why? If you've thought of a name, then I'm sure it's splendid. Tell me.
Surely you have a suggestion too? A name for this puppy?
But I'm sure yours...
Shush now, Pavan. I think any name you came up with would be simply perfect.
Perfect.
My dear king, you're a wise and kind man. You should follow your own instincts. I was planning to use the name you thought of. That's all I'd decided.
Yes. She was always like that. Always giving me so much encouragement. Sasha, why?
Sasha.
Sasha, why are you always so strong?
Because my mother gives me strength.
Your mother? But she passed away
Your
years ago.
internet must be really fucked out, Cass.
I never told you, but I was very timid as a child, so weak and afraid. And every day,
Yeah, she does
my
look like
mother would
Daisy.
try hard to encourage me.
Daisy's dead.
When she died, I was so sad and lonely. But then I realized, if I went back to my old weak self, I would have nothing left of my mother at all. It would be just as if she had never existed. I realized I had to be strong, that I must remember her
This
words
guy's
of
going
encouragement and
apeshit on the
everything
harp.
she taught me. That way, she'll live on inside me for always.
I'm glad this king gets all this
forever.
special fucking treatment from the supernatural. I'm sure there's a bunch of peasants who are grieving over much worse fucking things, man. But because he's the king,
Sasha,
man.
you're
Everybody's
right.
coming out of the woodwork to help
I
him.
should be more like you.
After 2 years of fucking making everybody grieve. Fuck off, man.
Shall we go out onto the terrace? The weather's so nice today. It would be lovely to enjoy the breeze together.
Yeah, get up on the terrace, bud. Right up on the, There's a new king in town.
Look! Your country stretches before us as far as the eye can see. Oh, Ascantha is so beautiful.
If we need his help. Do we? This is like our king showed or whatever. He said this was just a fucking side thing because of the maid. Cold and calculating logic. I'd like to think that's more the reason, but that'll be in hindsight. I mean, I guess maybe our character is thinking about that or asking about Little Magus. Show some sympathy for the rich and powerful? Yeah. How
Yes.
could I?
Beautiful, Sasha. So beautiful.
My darling king, for people to live their lives happily, you must be strong.
I remember. Everything you ever told me lives on inside my heart. Forgive me, Sasha. I finally opened my eyes. I'm sorry for being so sad and lonely.
I haven't either. But I have it. Yeah.
At last, I've finally awoken from my long
I'll do it before the
and
second
terrible
one.
nightmare.
Supposed to be interesting. Wow, what a triumphant day. The king got over himself. Now we can go back to fucking living.
But never again will I forget the things Sasha told me.
That's great, pal.
It felt like a dream, but I believe in what I saw. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks to you and Emma, I've finally woken up from an unbearable nightmare.
Angus going all ape shit,
Now,
man.
I can be a proper king to my
That'd be
people
me,
and
man.
beyond.
Get that good eating while you can.
I cannot thank you enough. If there is ever anything I can do for you, please do not hesitate to ask. I swear I will do anything in my power to repay you. Anything at all I can do to help.
Anything.
Farewell, my friends. May fortune ride with you on your continuing
Hey,
journey.
man, we're not even done eating, and he's
I
already
hope
telling us to
we
get
will
out of
meet
here.
again soon.
Not a word. Like Angela's kind of based on. What an asshole. This is pretty much what I was saying, though. It's pretty much just calling the king a huge pussy, man. Yeah, that's what I've heard, Klitzy, but I don't know, first thing, all I know is the pawns or whatever that you can customize are supposed to be kind of neat, and that the spell casting is supposed to be pretty cool, and the night times are actually dark. That's about all. That's about my entire knowledge of Dragon's Dogma. Oh, and they changed the opening music to something else. So he's useless. Angela just thinks the king is a fuck and he should have took his wife from him. Based. The Hyper Chad. We should probably go find the maid. Maybe we should talk to everybody again. Wouldn't hurt. I don't know if there's much point in talking to everybody. Attention. Holiday. Where's Emma? Oh, she's in the chambers. That's it. That's all your... That's her whole story there. I cleaned some more shit. Well, that's good. Well, there was some nice production value in the story. We went, you know, up a dungeon, did some neat stuff with nighttime and that other world. I don't know about the voice acting on the guy, but I guess it was surreal enough to match an otherworldly character. It's hard to give two jack shits about the king, man. He just seems like a bad king. It's like, yeah, man, that sucks about your wife, buddy, but... And that it's hard to really give a shit when this dude's getting, like, massive preferential treatment. What the fuck? Like, we're just supposed to care about the king because he's the king. Which I guess is kind of like a fairy tale thing, but... It'd be nice if we, like, maybe heard about how great of a king he was before and how faithful his people are here because of that. I think everything's slightly cheaper. Maybe not. Like, about all we got was that he was the king. He used to be happy at the end. Bronze armor. Iron curious. We could get those. But I'm gonna wait and see what's in the next town. The good old chinwag. I guess we're going south. I'll find a better reason to go anywhere else. Oh. Is this gonna be the purpose?
treat for some, isn't it? No doubt King Pavan treated you to plenty of fine food and drink. You lucky toads. The princess and I have been waiting, you know, stuck here outside town. And Medea isn't much for conversation these days, hmm?
I know how you feel, Grandad. If only you weren't so, green, eh? Maybe we could get you into town, and you could have a drink or something.
Can we throw some powder on him?
I ain't exactly a looker myself. I know what it's like to be discriminated against.
Discriminated.
Wait, Gov, I've got an idea. The town I used to live in ain't too far south of here. How about we head off down there, eh? Sure, Pickham ain't no rose garden, but it's in the middle of nowhere, right? Even a strange old geezer like him would fit in, no problem.
I'm just gonna make him feel better by going to the bandit town.
Old Grandad here'll be able to get himself a drink. And we might get a clue about where that Dolmagus has got to.
Dolmagus.
There's a bloke there who knows everything about everything. We call him Brains. He's a mate of mine. He'll know something, dead cert.
Dead cert.
See? 2 birds with 1 stone, eh? I ain't just a
Alright, Outcast. Sorry to hear.
Come on, let's get going.
Hopefully your internet
Pick 'em, here we come.
gets better for you. Yeah, Trode's just a comedy guy at this point. Okay. Remember when I said we were gonna walk to every area that I've been to? I lied. Imagine we walked there. Wow, that was a great adventure. Remember when we saw that one thing? That was awesome. What's in this new town?
Well, Yangus, at least you were right about something. No one here so much as bats an eyelid at me.
Well, I did it off stream is the problem. I've walked this whole continent off stream. I just didn't do any story or any important areas. I figured we'd have the journey at least on the stream, but I don't give a fuck. It's just us walking down the road on the east side of the continent. That'll be enough of that.
So, the pub awaits. I'll go on ahead, and I wouldn't want to get in your way.
See, Fasto, that part I actually didn't mind as much because I just had music and I was chilling watching stuff. It was more the stuff beforehand. But yeah, I could see where you'd think that. Because I could like distract myself from it, that I didn't mind as much. But when you're fully focused, it's like not a whole lot going on.
You go and find this Brains fellow. I'll be waiting for your report.
It made it more chill, really, to do it off stream.
Waiting? Boozing, more like. Come on, Gov. Let's forget about him. And
Boozing.
head over to Brains's.
Yeah, that's how I've done it in the 15 first hours. There's only that one exception. And like I said, that part was not a big deal because I had the music turned off, I was just chilling.
Some of us have got to keep our minds on the job, eh? We've got to find that Dolmagus.
That Dolmagus. Yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with what the points I was making, though. I mean, it would if I thought that that part of the Kana was the issue, but It's more just the lack of like anything really going on over there. Like per square foot. And that was more in the first 10-15 hours, I'd say, that I'm drawing from. Yeah, it's more that that's all there is, though, is there's a few chests. There's not like a dungeon really to find, there's not like anything going on out in the overworld. The optional fights are really nothing. It's that there's a lot of land with not a lot of actual stuff. Yeah, but it's still a much larger Dragon Quest overworld. I mean, you're insane if you think that the game is actually, like, smaller. It takes much, much longer to get from point A to point D than in any other Dragon Quest game. That's more what I mean. Because it's the same amount of content or less, with a world that takes twice as long to get through. At this point. I'm sure there'll be movement stuff and all that. Like a ship. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, is that there's a couple things that if they tuned slightly different would make for better pacing. Yeah, like 3DS, like having the random battles, they were faster or, yeah, were optional. I mean, that cuts your travel time down, so it's not a problem. This is more Pash. Nope. Oh, you do a thing. A thing. Mysterious. Yeah, you have reduced random encounters. But it only works on things that are too weak for you. And what they justify as too weak is sometimes kind of bizarre. It has to be like really weak. Because I've been using that in this game. Yo, casino! Yeah, I can see why they speed a lot of that up in the remake. I'll just be using the enemies reduced combat thing for most of it. Yeah, that sounds much schmoover. Metal some spawning so much easier. Do you like actually see the enemies themselves? Let's see what the casino's like here. Oh, you just sit there and spin in place? That's pretty cool. Bingo. Get some tokens. We'll give this like one try. If I'm gonna do a casino arc, I'd rather save it for the end. Won't even let me look at them. By 10 tokens. Tokens. Just want to see what these do. Silver platter, agility ring. It's pretty big. Titan belt. Attack power, rune staff. Raises the defense of all allies. That's pretty good. But you can get that with spells, so I don't know if it's super useful. With Kabuff and shit. There's platinum stuff. The platinum was in the other games. That's one of the later things you'd get, right? It'd be kind of nice to have something that's good for like forever. I could see the rune staff being useful, but at the end of the day, it just saves you like a Kabuff mana, or you could put it on somebody who doesn't have Kabuff and then get 2 off in 1 turn. But I think... do we already have 2? I'm not sure. Titan belt. I don't think I want to grind this one, but we're gonna test out the bingo. The bingo bongo. We'll just do a low one here. 23. Now I wonder what the big money maker is going to be in this game. If it's just bingo and slots, unless the payout's huge, I'd imagine it's slots again. I just want high-low. High-low was my favorite because it was insane money-making possibilities. Times 400 multiplier. How do we decide that? Oh, I guess the quicker you get it, the more you make. I mean, I guess you can just kind of like AFK this, sort of. You just reload every time you fuck it up. And pray someday you get like the huge multiplier. Depends on how much you can bet. We'll see, they might not have all the games here yet. A lot of them might be like later on. They let you speed this up? Yeah, it's pretty slow. It does have a cutoff though, you don't have to get something. 3DS chats keep winning, yeah. I can only talk about what we got here, but it is good that they change a lot of it. Change a lot more than what I expected though. Like I figured there's some quality of life, but there's a lot. Even the fucking gambling. Fucking 3DS chats, dude. I kneel to the 3DS alpha. Yeah, I'll be making pretty heavy usage of lowering encounters though. For how big the world is, the rate is still just as high as any other Dragon Quest. So. That would be a necessity. I would do it anyways though. Like you guys were talking about, there's plenty of ways to boost yourself back up. I mean, even if it was just like you do a slight grind in a lower level or a higher level area, I mean, as long as you can handle the boss, you might as well just fight more in the higher level than the lower level areas. But it only stops weak enemies from appearing, so it's not going to really matter after like 2 seconds. Oosh. They call me Big Lucky Man on account of being really lucky. Fucking hell, man. Well, let's try the slots again. I assume it's just going to be the Dragon Quest typical slots. Oops. I'm sure we'll have a casino arc. I do in every one of these. Since they started introducing like entertaining casinos. I think 5 was the one with high-low, right? That was the best casino arc. Stakes were high. It was always tense. It was exciting because of how big this stuff got. With slots, you just sit there until it fucking happens, man. There's not really a whole lot going on. Fuck, this is some slow slots, dude. What the hell? I'm pretty sure 7 on 3DS let you just automatically just keep going, or at least autofill and pull. Okay. That's times 500. Times 200. Bingo might be better. Well, I mean, it's times 500. Maybe it's not. Bingo takes so long for the same rewards. Yeah, they seem to be a lot of the time, huh? Is there any version, like new versions that people think is just like outright worse? Like with this, there's a bit of give and take. I didn't play the newest version of 5, so I could have like the better graphics and all that, and that was fine. For me, it's just interesting, like the choices they made at this point in time when the game was like made. Like some of this could be pretty slow and shit regardless of what versions are out. Dude, I just bought him a bow. Now he's got another one. We'll buy him an axe. Yangus. Can make another stone helmet or stone hard hat, but I don't know if it really matters. Leather cape. Dancer's costume. Do I want to buy some of this stuff? I'm gonna wait until we're done with the area. Maybe we'll find some books or something. It's neat though, it just highlights more apparently like what's wrong with some of these older versions. A lot easier to tell when you have like the fast casinos and like 7 and all that. I guess it makes you think about why they would do it. I guess because they didn't think it was like an issue back then. And we'll see when we get grinding if it's actually an issue, but more the world exploration pacing and stuff. There was games out at this point that didn't have random battles. So I wonder why they decided to stick with it. I imagine they figured that the like presentation upgrade was already like a big enough leap and they just stayed traditional otherwise. So for a remake they'd start mixing it up. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean, is they did enough big things in the presentation that, yeah, they in part figured maybe that was enough, but then also that they don't want to stray too far from, yeah, the tradition, the fan tradition stuff. It'd just be interesting, I mean, surely it had to have been brought up, right? Like, do we do on-screen battles or random battles? I mean, it has to have been brought up. These shits don't take like 10 zillion years to make for no reason like that. The conversation surely was there. Oh, did I not pick anything out? Yeah, I imagine the tradition was probably a big part of it. We're probably gonna get new stuff in town here. Make some more medicine. My life, my wife left me. My son went off the rails. Oh, this is a great town, dude. Cowpat. Is that like cow shite? The Lock-In. It's a cute name. Don't mind me. Oops. I wanna like keep making Yangus stronger. They better not just kill Yangus randomly. This guy doesn't have much here, but I just throw his shit anyways. This is one of 3 pieces of furniture this guy's got. I know, dude, it's Kiefer. I don't know why I called him Hugo last stream. Like, Kiefer was just like unreal, man. I can't believe that, yeah, we put so much into it and then he just pieces out for a chickie that just met. Somebody stole the guy's bed. Go behind the bar. This guy's got the bed that dude used to have. Nice. Beggar's Alley. She's got a whole home to herself. She's got it good. Fucking Kiefer, man. I can't believe Kiefer still. Why did he do it, bros? We were boys, man. Wait. Let me check something. He was a red-blooded man, dude. Very much so. Okay. I timed it. It was like 36 to 40. I kind of missed the end of it. Seconds just to save, dude. Just from the start of the guy's dialogue to the end of it, man. Not to count church placement, running in there and like talking to guys. Just 40 seconds just to fucking start to save and end it, man. I'm still baffled that that's one of the traditions they keep. Instead of like a fucking just like 3-second save in more areas. Still an 11? How is that still an 11? I figured that would be gone, dude. That must be just one of those like superficial traditions that like Like, nobody could truly think it's good, but like, it's just like that stamp that it is Dragon Quest, and if they changed it, there'd just be an uproar. Like, there's nothing like good about it. I mean, maybe like going to a place to save can feel maybe more immersive, right? Like, you stop by, you know, the inn, you stop by the church, you know, you go get your stuff at the merchant. But that it takes that long, that they have to ask you if you want to go to the title screen, they have 10 hours of dialogue before, in between, all that kind of stuff. Like, there's just like, for how often you have to do it, it's really hard to argue for it. It's just because the old ones did it. It's like the worst kind of tradition bullshit. Locked from the inside. Burn their building down as they remove the church saving soul. Yeah, pretty much it. It's another pub. No voices. Was there English voices though? Is that a tradition thing too? Did 8 not have like Japanese voices? I hope the next Dragon Quest does get rid of it, just so I can see the shitstorm. Although I don't think we would see that much of a shitstorm, because that's going to be something more localized in Japan. I don't think people out here give probably half as many shits, because it's not the biggest franchise out here, and the most popular entries are the newer ones. It doesn't have that much history. I think you get more of an uproar. What would be like a Western, like what would cause an uproar like that in in the West? What's something like just pointlessly traditional that people are rational about in a game? Maybe something in Pokemon? That series kind of walks hand in hand with this, and having lots of like unchanging things, but a lot of it's not even just tradition, it's just Game Freak being shit. But I mean, I guess to fans it might seem like it's tradition. EXP share, oh yeah, EXP share was one. Yeah. You're probably right, Klitsu. I mean, Resident Evil fixed camera angles was one thing, but I mean that at least has some kind of ground to it. It does have a particular kind of gameplay and look and style, even just a little bit at least, right? But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of one. There's nothing like so crazy as Dragon Quest that they could, you know, like butcher, and stuff's been butchered so much, yeah. At this point, fuck, I don't care. Something that objectively has like no ground, but people would still like get crazy about it. Like, the save thing's just great example because it's just horrible. There's almost no reason for it. And even if you wanted to keep over some of what could have a reason, like the reason to go around town and check out more areas, there's no reason it needs to be a 40-second save time. But yeah, I'm trying to think of like a Western example. I'm sure there is, but yeah, probably not to the same level as like Dragon Quest. That's like the identity of Dragon Quest, is tradition.
Well, this is Brains's gaff, but he looks like he ain't on. Ah, well, we better get back to the pub. And
Oops. Just leaves this shit open. The Mystical Spring. Any curse. Oh, what the hell? This guy's cursed. He ain't gonna make it, man. Pickhamites. Pickhamites? The casino's rigged. No. No alchemy, man. Wisdom. Alright. This guy's got a nice place. For, you know, ghetto town. Can only get here from up top, too. Some security. Do you not like it? Yeah, I was gonna say that's kind of like. I was like, are we about to get into an argument? Because that's kind of the part I like, man. One of the parts. I like going to a town and checking every corner and working on my mini metal count. In between, you know, learning about the town and the story and all that. But we go in all these. Dude, I'm much more excited grabbing a barrel and throwing it. And now that they've introduced alchemy formulas, books have a lot more weight to them in terms of like reward. I awake, yeah. Oh, nice. That's pretty much that's the truth of it, man. That's one thing I'm glad they've kept. Some JRPGs don't do that anymore. Exploring the town. The traditional, I don't know if it's a guilty pleasure or what, but I don't know, it's something I like. mean, it's just exploration and reward in a different setting. It's a low risk setting with a lot more like density. You know, there's a lot of turns and places to check, and it makes it fun. It's like opening, it's like a little surprise around every corner. Because the rewards are halfway decent. The casino. The men from the casino. Good thing they didn't think I was the one collecting. They just strolled into their home. It's out in a couple hours, I guess. Today's the day. Next piece of Kino. Ludo Kino. You're gonna pay the man full price to end up shitting on his game. I'm renting it. So big 3. Kick off so big 3. I don't know if I should kick off so big 3 with it, because there's a chance it's good, right? I could do like a pre-so big thing with it, but I think I should do something like that fits better. That's a guarantee. And then do that. I swore to myself. I've made my own bunny ears. Yeah, luckily I could just rent his stuff for now. If I had to pay top dollar, I might think twice. I mean, I'd still play it at some point. I'd probably play it way later though. I mean, AI 1 came out on Game Pass. So 2 probably would at some point. Yeah, I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat some more Danishes. One hour. See if I can avoid spoilers for 2 to 3 weeks. Huh. What's up? Secret club. It's just the Moonshiners. Oh, is this supposed to be like a... This is a spa, like a sweat spa? Watch your hygiene, health conscious. Oh, the sauna. Here I thought they were doing moonshine, but this is just a sauna. For jacked chads. Bunch of big sweaty honks. Here for you. Oh yeah, sorry. Context. Yeah, AI 2. Ichiko, she's next. Great work. The hit VN of the year. It's funny, you could see a bunch of rabbit ears here. That lady said she couldn't buy any. Really? Weird. Wonder why. Does Steam do global releases, or do they do based on time zones? Like, does everybody get it at a different time? Special medicine. Using the alchemy pot, but I can't even select it. What the fuck? That is global. It's not big releases, usually it's just around noon my time for digital games. Yeah, I don't get enough stuff on release to know on Steam. Did I see everything in the town that wasn't at the end? I feel like I did. Also, I will be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. And I need a snack. I'm heating up some noodles. I can like move around a bit. Passion. There. Eat a Danish. Grab my noodles, eat that, and then we'll just keep rolling. Yeah, those are some schmacky pickles. What the? Oh, daytime. Back to business. Tasty. We think they'd release at the same time, but you're back. Eat the noodle. Although we might... I'm gonna walk into the inn, actually. See if we can get like a cutscene going. Oh, this is weird. Horse. A horse of a different color. I don't remember, could you check the drawers in the other games? I feel like you could. And they took it out. Correct me if I'm wrong. I could just be thinking of like different game. The same style of wood as the wardrobes. Like maybe I'm just mixing them up. CO starts in an hour. Oof. KDkill starts soon too. What's on tap? Is it supposed to be a big show up for CEO? And we still got Marvel, dude. One of the big boys, though. Prime time. Yeah, I've not watched anything in a while. I mean, I'll watch like Majin, Obama, and stuff like that, but I'm not like, yeah, keeping up with all the events, especially after Evo died. And the Smash scene got destroyed. I've watched a few things here and there, but I might watch the Sunday finales, or maybe I'll jump in on the 25th. See how the production value is and there's good players. Commentators and shit. Catch some Melee and Ultimate. I haven't watched much of the new Guilty Gear. Maybe one of the last times I'd watched Street Fighter V with Sick Lemon. Yeah, I'll have to leave this open. Three barrels, let's go. Let's fucking go. Village chief in here? Oh, fortune. Fortune telling for dummies. You guys think she's a phony? No. She's legit. Gotta be. Still really hot. Oh, this is too hot. God, when you swallow something really hot, it feels like you just fucking, you could feel the lava going through all your insides, man. Aye, help me. Free. Thanks. Not in this town. Alright, to the bar. Take me to cutscene land. I can eat my noodles. This is actually like one of the better towns. It's pretty dense. There's a lot of like little hidden areas to find. I mean, it looks very much like some of the ghetto towns in the other games. But that's okay. They had one, was it? Which was the one where I think it was movie 6? Where you go to like the prison town. This one looked a lot like that. There's a few. But I mean, of course, they're going to draw from the same art styles. It's just that the other towns haven't felt exactly like an old one. But despite all that, I still like town. Some people have pants like you wouldn't believe.
It never used to be this difficult to get a drink. Another thing that wretched Dulmagus is responsible for. Confound him and confound this curse. But it's Medea who's really suffering. Turned into a horse. Just
I
when she
wanna
was
meet
betrothed
Medea.
to be married. Oh, you're back already. That was unduly expedient of you. So, have you found out where Dulmagus is?
No.
What was that?
Uh-oh.
I thought I heard Medea.
He spoke her name, now something's gonna happen. What, are you trying to steal our stuff? Fresh milk. Hey, his Naruto run's pretty funny. What's that? I like how the king's still talking to us in the alchemy thing. I don't even know what this does. Just making them. I don't know what cheese even does. I haven't used it a single time. Wonder if they'll do more shit like the mouse exploration section. That was kind of cool. That was something like different, you know, that they couldn't do in the 2D stuff.
Medea! Where's Medea?
At least not
She's
as
gone.
effectively.
Uh-oh. Guess I should have known better. People round here don't care where you come from. They care about what you come with.
Are you saying some mini hammer crook from this slum has kidnapped my daughter?
Oh, keep your hair on, Grandad. Whoever it was, can't have gone far.
How the hell
They'll
did they
still be
hide
in
an
town
entire
somewhere.
horse in a fucking carriage, man?
Well, we must find them then. Forget everything else. Getting Medea back is all that matters. Well, what are you waiting for? You heard me, didn't you? We must find the culprit immediately and save my precious daughter.
I'm gonna fucking throw back a few drinks, bud. Sorry. Playing without camera control here. Or without much camera. I mean, I imagine we want to go to that, like, hidden area in the back. That's where that one guy said that Dab and Dave, or whatever the fuck his name was back behind this bar. Wherever it was. Fuck this guy. Principal, dude. The principle of the goddamn thing, man. Oh, no, it was the bar on this side? Extremely high calorie and not filling cup noodles. Finished. Oh good, my camera exploded when it was deactivated too. Maybe now we can go find that guy's friend. Or Angus's friend. See that? Or just like talk to everybody? Doesn't sound great. Unless it has to be nighttime when we check this place. Name barman. Damn the fluffy white clouds. Okay. Since the wagon's gone, you can't use it. At least they kept that making sense. Jesus, get out of the way. I wonder why they don't have your party members follow you around. I mean, maybe that's why right there. It's a pain in the ass. Or maybe to make it feel... make you feel more connected, like it's just you, you know? Traveling solo, but even though you're not, you try to get that kind of feeling. I guess when you're walking around with like 100 people, it's less immersive. I don't fucking know. I remember how we get on top of the roof already. Might have been one of these. Or not. I guess you could do it from up here. Good enough. Although I don't know if this one takes us to that one guy. I think this just might be to the fortune teller. I think it's like way on the other side of town. Oh.
998, 999, 990, oh yeah, a grand. Sweet. He knows his stuff, that old merchant. He could see how much it was worth. Half inching that horse was a piece of cake. Easy dosh, Mitch, eh? Easy dosh. Hey? Who's that? Oh no! You ain't the owner of that horse, is ya?
So, it was you! You're the scoundrel responsible for taking the princess!
Oh, what the hell? Get that monster away from me! What's it on about? What princess? I only knocked off a horse!
Who are you calling a monster? Give my Medea back right now, or suffer the consequences!
Hey, easy, take it easy, I swear! I didn't know it was no monster princess or nothing!
This Guy trying to like rationalize, like, it's like he just stole somebody's horse and wagon.
Have it all. This is all the dough I got for it, I swear. Just don't hurt me.
What? You sold my daughter? That's it? Slay this worthless wastrel.
I would, buddy, but we need to know where he sold it.
How's your horses, Grandad? Sorry, I mean, take it easy. This tow rag ain't good enough for the gov's sword. All right, you. Let's hear it. Sell it down Beggar's Alley, did ya? To old Dodgy Dave, eh?
Yeah, that's it. Know him, do you?
Right then. Hand over the dough. If I find out you've been telling me porgies, you're brown bread. Do you hear?
You brown bread.
Look, I ain't been lying, mister. I swear. Here, 1,000 gold pieces. That's what he give me for it.
Just 1,000, man.
No need to worry. The black market geezer he was talking about is a mate of mine. He'll give us back the horse princess if we give him back the dough. I mean money.
Then why are we dallying around here?
This little rat bastard, man. Should have put him to the boomerang, man. Can kill him. Kill him, I say. No mercy. Won't suffer a criminal. Be my guest. Now he's really willing to let us in.
Well,
How's this dodgy
if it
day?
ain't old Yangus. Ain't seen your mush round here for a while. Got some knocked off gear you want to get rid of, have ya?
Nah, mate. Wash me hands of all that. I'm travelling round with the governor here now. But that's not why I'm here. That legless old rump Mitz was in here before selling you an horse and cart, wasn't he? It's just that we need them back. They belong to the gov here, see? Mitz only went and half-inched them. I gave him the squeeze, and he said he sold them to you. That's why we're here.
You had 'em pinched by Mitch. You? You must be going soft, Yangus, getting stitched up by someone like him. Yeah, he was here selling the horse and carts. I gave him a good price for 'em. So I did have 'em, but I don't know how to tell you this. I sold 'em already.
You what? Who to? We need them back, desperate like.
Well, I don't know how to tell you this either. I sold 'em to Red.
To Red.
You what? Red? The old artful dodger herself? You're having a giraffe, aren't you?
You're having a giraffe, man. They got real creative with his bloke speak, man.
Sorry, Yangus, straight up. Look, it's out of my hands now. You'll have to sort it out yourself.
Well, shit. I know where Red's place is. I stumbled upon it in my travels.
I don't believe it. Now Red's mixed up in all this. It's the last thing I want to do right now. But we're gonna have to pay her a visit.
Angus Ark, dude?
She lives in a gaff southwest of town.
Now we're
Nice
talking.
little pad it is. Slap bang wallop in the middle of a lake. Come on,
Oh,
girl.
yeah.
If we want to help the
Is her name
princess,
Ginny?
that's
Or
where we
some
gotta
shit?
head, to the southwest.
I remember. In the green. She was fun. Always save. Surprisingly few recipes, although I guess the ones we did get I'd already had. So. Yeah. It's fun. It's a fun one to have voice acted, especially. I hit square instead of X. Now I get to enjoy going to the main menu. I'm really glad this is a thing, dude. You're doing something as mindless as saving. Sometimes you're putting your hand on weird spots. Why is it even an option, right? Why would I want to go to the title screen of all things? You want to think of it like switch the console off. Doesn't even do that. Jeez. One sec, sorry, reading some news. Well, I guess we could walk this way. Let's turn on the anti-fight thing. High enough level so it might actually work. Might not get anything. There's some really funny enemies down here though, so I'm sure we'll try to make sure we see them at some point. Did the hipster, man. Big fan of the hipster. What a schmaxy guy. The witches are insane. I don't know if they censor the witches. They're fun. This is like the sexed up dude, and they have the super sexed up chick with the witch. It's absolute insane jiggle physics. Like a, I mean, that's the idea. Is it's like a joke.
I need to speak with Red. You're gonna have to let us through.
Yangus, you think Red's gonna want to see your ugly muss? Oh, get out of here! Hop it!
Hop it.
Don't you boss me around, mate. I ain't going nowhere till I see Red, so shift, skivvy.
Skivvy? Who the hell do you think you are?
What's all the noise? I can hear your gabbing from in here.
Oh, sorry, boss. I got some geezer with no manners out here. He'll be gone in a mo.
It's Yangus, isn't it? Just let him in. I'll speak to him myself.
You heard the boss. Go on. Inside with you.
I like that their voice acting actually sounds like they're wearing like a mask. It's good. As it should. It's the point we're at where shit might not even have that. Whoa. Red, huh? Breaking your shit, Red. Hold on. Thought she'd be old. The door is locked. What the? Take a picture of the room so I remember where the fuck this is. With the chests, in case we have to come back like way later.
Don't often see your face round these parts anymore, Yangus. So, what brings you here?
It's like this, Red. You bought an horse from the black market drum in Pickham, right? Well, it belongs to this bloke I'm travelling with, see? Someone pinched it off him and then sold it on. That's how it came to be in the shop. I ain't gonna beat around the bush. I need it back. I'll pay whatever you want for it. Name your price.
Straight up as usual, eh, Yangus? I like that about you. But I'm not selling that horse. She's a quality mare. Toes the line and she's got a decent coat.
Did somebody tell her it's a human fucking being?
You know how much I like quality. However much you're willing to pay, I am not parting with it.
What? Not for nothing. Look, it ain't for me. It's for me mate. I've got to get her back. I'll do anything you want.
So we're just keeping that part a secret? I feel like that might matter. Like, oh yeah, you've got a lady human enslaved in your fucking stable.
Oh, interesting. Never thought I'd hear words like that coming out of your mouth. Must be a good mate, eh? All right then, here's what you're gonna do. I'm sure you haven't forgotten the cave just north of here, right? Just bring us the jewel that's hidden in there. You know, the Venus tear.
What? Not that. You know I've been in that cave before and...
You just said you'd do anything I want. You gonna welch on that now, are ya? Just bring us the Venus tear. Then I'll think about the horse.
Okay. See you there. It's me horse. I'm gonna just take it. I'm gonna just kill this guy. She only buys the best. She buys fucking human beings. Assume the swordsman's labyrinth. Luckily there's a warp to that too.
There's the chest. The Venus tear's supposed to be locked away in that. Must be a real gem.
Must be. It's a big ass chest, my guy.
This ain't the first time I've had a bash at this place. I ain't never managed to get as far as the chest, mind. But I ain't doing the off without it this time. We're gonna get that Venus tear.
Yeah. You've got us to carry you now, Yangus. Goodie bag. Time for some fights. It's been 4 hours and I think we've only gotten in a couple of fights. A bit more, a couple, I guess. I did go up that mountain. Time for some action. Mummies. We just had the mummy men like 2 seconds ago. Could buy better loot, but I don't know how much we really need it. I'd rather save it for next round. round of gear. Although in some of these Dragon Quest games, some gear you can buy in places, especially like shields, that stays good for most of the game because you have very little options. You can only buy them in that one place. Scale shields, some hats maybe. Where are we here? Jesus. It's big. Like a map. I'm gonna read some news on the side. Political business. I'm not gonna bring it up here, but I can walk all the way to that side. What's over here though? 3 doors. 3 doors down. God, Jesus. Of course, they're all here, man. I guess the more there are, maybe it's the harder to run away. I don't know. Problem is they're all like split too. At least most of them are mummy boys. These guys are all very tanky. Fucking Angela, man. actually fall down. He's cursed forever, dude. The man who was too horny on the map. Well, here it is. Cursed and poisoned, man. It's really got it rough. God, Jesus. And they get the fucking drop on us. The problem with this fight is not that it's like hard, it's just really fucking long, drawn out. Because all the mummy boys are split, so I can't even do that many AoEs. Damn, the can of box is just out here in the open now. Although the last few times I fought them, they didn't have like a thwack or anything like that, so I think it's okay. Let's see the map here. I'm at level 2. Staircase up. Wasn't there 3 doors over here? The map has 2. I wonder if one of them's just like a bait door. I mean, I'd want to trigger it no matter what. I'm curious. I guess if I want to be more efficient with my healing, you better off doing mid heals. Cost half, or cost 50% more, and heals over double. No point in doing anything else, really. That's weird, there's 3. Is this one just bait? Just a painting. Oh. Okay. We're gonna have some fake urns in here. I don't think we've seen any yet. Oh man. Holy pots, yeah, I'm excited, but this many pots is more suspicious than anything. That sucks, Newton. Did you lose all the progress? Or did it save it? If you've gotten back in yet. Oh shit, dude. There's some Musa mission, it's gonna be really long. It really suck. You know, the pots, man, they actually got stuff in them. What the? Mini metal. Yeah, well, two birds, one stone, I guess. The Phantom Fencer. The cannon box. Not too worried about one cannon box. The kitty shield. Might be good. I remember how good it was in the other ones. Kitty cat motif. You get the kitty cat shield, Jessica. Okay. Guess we could go further down, but I kind of want to see what's across the top. I also don't want to fight 10,000 dudes. Damn! Big crits. This is the only problem with wanting to go check up top, is I don't want to do all the extra fights. I guess I could turn on the no fights, but maybe some of these will count as like low XP. They're not like a bunch of new ones, so. We'll see. Well, I know to check the top floor still, so I guess we could check all this shit. I have to go all the way back. Okay, this is the one where we fell down. Oh, it's just the door that leads to a single room. Of course, I picked the wrong door. But it looks like, for the most part, the spell's working, but that's what I say, but here we are. Maybe the goodie bags are high level, but anything involving mummies doesn't count. Might have just gotten lucky. What is this? Only those with wisdom and strength. Man, could have put that at the front. 50-50 chance of reading the pointless fucking plaque. Okay. Whoa. The fellas, man. Restless armors. Some crackle in here. You know the bags aren't that strong, but oh man, ice does some good damage. Nice. I may need some bow points. Hey, a suit of iron armor. Wowee! Pretty lucky. It's big too, that's really big. Give me some more drops like that, man. Scale armor is good for him. Better than the Templar's uniform anyway. Let me some hand-me-down upgrades. That was a fun little RPG thing. The cascading upgrades, is that the domino upgrades? I don't know the best way to put it, but those kind of upgrades are nice. Well, this clearly leads to something. just push it. Mechanics in my dungeons. Insane. Lost souls. Well, they're fire. They like ice fire though. Are they gonna resist this? Yes. They probably just resist magic. I'll try something else. Fire would be good, or try bang. Crackle was better than that. Try bang, and if that doesn't work, then these guys just don't take much damage at all. Where the fuck is this going? Okay. But I mean, I'm gonna check it anyways. I mean, I'd want to see it either way. It's cute. Yeah, not a whole lot of punishment there. Have fun with me. I wonder if Jessica's blow kiss would be better on these. Find out after playing. Powerful, distracted. Just kind of keeping the chat going while I'm reading this stuff here. Some comment. This is probably the first proper dungeon, like traditional dungeon. I'm fine if they don't have traditional dungeons. Have them be outside, have them be different, you know. But if anything could account, but be a traditional dungeon, this would be probably the first one. Between just the maze-like nature of it literally being a dungeon. The 90-degree, you know, old school RPG kind of dungeon design. Traps and all that kind of stuff. Leather cape. Oh, getting all sorts of stuff. Is any good? Oh, yeah. Even better than the scale armor for him. Awesome. I'm glad we're getting all this. Some of this can be made through alchemy, I imagine, but not all of it. Well, this leads to what seems to be a dead end, but there might be a chest. We don't know. Doesn't really matter. I do like checking the map just to kind of be familiar with it. Just so I kind of know where I am, but it's not going to actually decide where all we're going. Absolute state of Angela's stats. Angela, just in general right now, he's iffy, man. Curious how the bow skills will end up being and what other kind of skills he gets. Yeah, oh yeah, no, I think he's got maybe the highest agility, but for a caster who's like kind of primarily does like casty stuff, he doesn't have a lot of MP. He has less health than her. I think they're the same level. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is he's just gonna heal. It depends on if he can actually get like an AoE heal at some point. Because Anaki's gonna get like the super slash. And I mean, he'd have like Giga heal, but his mana levels are pretty bad. So I feel like I'd want damage on Jessica, a couple buffs, debuffs on whoever, right? As long as I can get those out as fast as possible, that's all that matters. So I think Angelo has... he has Kabuff. She has Kasap. Yangus has a debuff if I want. I can just do damage with her, Kasap, and then yeah, heals and Kabuff with him. What were his skills again? I imagine he just naturally gets a lot of these. He gets oomph at 65 if he has staff, but I'm doing bows, so Kathwack. Green magic, which usually isn't good. Bounce, dazzle, fizzle. He gets a bit more MP when he uses his staff. And he recovers MP every turn with the staff. The thing is, the bow is supposed to be all about getting like MP back, I guess, with damage. Maybe it does a really poor job at it. The staff just seems like a better way to have MP. But all of his skills, except what oomph, kind of suck there. And I've got oomph already on Jessica, so. Otherwise, his dances. Just kind of damage and can lower magical resistance. The instant kill spells working surprisingly often, really. Maybe Kathwack would be good. Problem is it's in staff and I'm doing arrows with him, but maybe I'll get it at the very end, I don't know. If there's some other ones, I'll do it. Yeah, he has a lot that are like status ailments. With charisma is mostly status ailments. Maybe I won't do charisma, maybe I get staff, I don't know. I want to see what charisma's like. They're different moves, right? I'm hoping that he just gets some base skills that are good, or like he could be a Sage's Stone spammer. Like I could just give him items, right? That's always doable. AI's out. Kino time. It's time. Kino is coming. I'm just wondering if I want to give him the MP. Shit, probably. Wouldn't hurt. Give it to Aniki because he doesn't have terribly high MP. He is a beautiful man, dude. He's just raw. Just primal man. There's nothing but man there. There's no room for any more manliness. pure specimen. Look at that gate, man. The stride. Great, these are all fucking separate, dude. I'm gonna start the Yangus fan club. Do you guys want in? Live in real life. He does have that energy, dude. What was the fucking joke saying with that guy? Other than just screaming, dude. What was it? I used to say it all the time. What was the thing that people always... Was it some kind of mode? I don't remember. Oh, bloat max, dude. There we go. Yeah, bloat lord, bloat lord, bloat max, dude. How could I forget bloat max? I did. The bloat lord himself. My hero. I do get bloat lord energy from fucking Yangus, man. The bloke lord. Oh god. Come on, man. These fights are just long, man. Go boy, 6 guys who are really tanky, separated out into 3 different groups, man. 10 hours of animations. You shouldn't have. Mummy's horny for Jessica. Are we just gonna let him get away with that? I wonder when we get our first AoE heal, man. That's where the money is. Does anybody need a heal? Kinda. Not this second. There's something I was gonna do, but I forgot what it was. Oh wait, I was gonna take Angus off here. The mortal eye can only handle so much Yangus at once before their mind cracks. He's just that powerful. What's this shit? I'm gonna read the plaque. Look to the sky above to see the path. Okay. Guess we just want to line all these guys up. What the? Is it just where the cross section is? I assume so. Nice. We did it. Why are there spikes here? Oh, I guess you could jump off the side. I use that sometimes. That's just the kind you put in like a bowl of water and microwave, right? It's good. I mean, I don't know all the brands, but it does the job for sure. You just can't make a shitload because they're usually, you know, 3-cut bags. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. I have the same issue when I get them. My parents like to buy those and then they give us some of their spare boxes. Oh god. What's going on? Is this a fucking crazy box? Oh Jesus. Alright, I'll come back to that in a bit. Okay, what do we got going on here? Psych up. Psych up. Get some Kasap going. I don't know if raising the agility of all party members is really good at all. I mean, we still attack once a turn. It would depend on if the boss is gonna just back me. Some kabuffs. Cannot sap him. Great. Let's hope he doesn't have like some kind of Dream Eater thing going on. Yeah, if he made somebody who was beefing up sleep, it would really suck. We're not gonna get to lower his juice here, but Flame Slash. I'll do a Helm Splitter or a Parallax. Parallax does more. Haven't done 100 yet, no. There must be something you get later, or it's extremely lucky. Yeah, probably is. He's gonna die here. Oh, he's juicy. They probably have tension actually as planned out in the balance. Or they should. Oh, I should have oomphed Angus. I still can. That would have been huge. Haven't had a boss that we actually got any buffs and debuffs off on yet, so guess I forgot how to practice. See if we can lower his defense here. Nope, we just can't do it at all. I feel like he's got to be close still. Can you tension with magic? Or is it just physical? I haven't tried it yet.
So this is it, eh? The Venus Tear. You know, Gov, last time I tried to get this stone, I'd done it for Red. Now we're just rivals, I guess. But I actually used to have a bit of a thing for Red. Back in them days, she wasn't a scary old bird like she is now. And I was well green. So, I thought I'd get her the Venus Tear to impress her like. But I ended up doing myself an injury.
That why his face has a scar?
Never thought I'd end up getting it like this though. I wonder how it would have all turned out if I had got it back then, eh? Anyway, just me old wounds. Would you mind keeping this to yourself, Gov? Ain't the kind of thing you want going around.
No problem, Yangus. Anything for you, Yangus. I have like a quick way out of here. I guess just evac. I guess we gotta walk it. Take off the sword. Did some good damage on Aniki though. I feel like Jessica just doesn't do shit, and there's Angela. I mean, they're good as supports, but Jessica shines more in like a killing people with AoE type of situation. At least right now. Twitch, man. Which is really funny. Big fan. You don't get to see her do Puff Puff though, man. She does a Puff Puff move. I'm sure they'll get recolored later. Gotta get the palette swap. Give me back my horse. My horse. The human being. Oh, we just mentioned that. Fucking hell.
There, I got it. The Venus tear.
Jesus.
Now that is quality. Oh, yes, this is the real deal. Well, Yangus, you excel yourself.
Now, hand over the horse and cart like you promised.
I never promised that. I said I'd think about it when you bought me the goods. And I've thought about it now, and I'm still not giving it back. You can keep the stone.
Oi, that ain't what you promised. That's a pretty low trick, Red. I'm surprised at ya.
Promises? You want to talk about promises? If I remember rightly, you promised me ages ago.
What the hell have you done to deserve it? Who the hell is this chick, dude? What the hell is she doing?
What? That was years ago. You can't dredge up the past like that.
Well, you're in no position to argue. I ain't saying it again. The horse stays with me.
Just kill her, dude. Just take the horse.
Yeah, right. I was out of line before, breaking me promise to you and all. I ain't surprised you act off with, but this ain't just about me now. I can't leave without the horse.
Just say it's a human being, man. Is she still gonna keep it then? This guy's the worst fucking talker.
Look.
Jesus, Angus. Jesus, Angus. For her, man? For this? Good God, just fucking take it back at this point, man.
Hey?
God, Angus, man. Come on, dude. For the gov. Yeah, he's doing it for the gov. It's true. God. I mean, I would just take it from her, man. Who cares? She's in the wrong here. Especially if you explain that it's a damn person.
All right. Behave, would ya? Stop grovelling about on the floor. Be a man.
Well?
I thought I'd have a bit of fun with you, but you've lost it.
Oh, it's just a joke.
Do what you want with it.
Fuck.
But I'll be keeping that Venus tear.
Yeah,
That's
of course.
what we agreed, right?
Yeah. Fair enough.
Just
Thanks,
a prank,
Reddy.
yeah. She's
Sorry.
pretending to be a fucking huge asshole.
Oh, for crying out loud. Pull yourself together. We're done here, right? So go on then. Hop it.
I feel like we're gonna see this person again. That Venus here looked a little too important, but who knows?
told me to get the horse out for you before you got here. Looks like she knew you'd come out with the goods. She must rate you.
Oh dear, what a terrible ordeal you must have been through. I'm so sorry.
Why?
I won't leave you alone
She like a party member? Oh, okay. Yeah, she looks like a fucking party member, dude.
I'll never go to the pub like that again. I promise.
God blimey!
Well, we're ready to leave whenever you are. What's our next destination?
How about trying brains again? Maybe the old geezer will be around
Oh, really?
to give us some intelligence this time.
Sounds like she's worth using.
Let's head back to Pickham.
Wonder if we just get the 4 in this,
We've got
or...
to find out where Dolmagus is. Otherwise we'd just be wandering around like headless chickens.
It would be no hardship to me if I never ever set foot in Pickham again. I suppose we have no choice.
Back to Pickham. Well, we need to rest at the end, man. 2 minutes, 10 miles away. Jesus, 48 pound. Did they add a lot of new party members in that, or is it like just her? Two? Oh damn. It's a lot. I mean, I don't know how many there are total, but it seems like a lot. I should save real quick, and then we're gonna go back to that one guy's room. How was it, like, difficult? Oh, really? Yeesh. Hello, Bradlos. Alright, how the fuck did we get up there again? It's like some fucking backwards bullshit. I think we have to go from the other side of the world. Oh, they're very good? Nice. Damn. So the new ones are just way better than the core party? I guess this will be very different then for you guys. Should be exciting. Is this the brains?
Hello, brains. Long time no see.
Hello, Bright.
Back at last, eh?
Like how Yangus is just the main character now. Yangus world, baby. I'm in.
Well, well, look who it is. You came when I was out, did you, Yangus? I'm sorry I wasn't here. But you're back again. So, if I'm not mistaken, you must be...
Always was, yeah.
Am I right?
Yangus Quest 8, dude. I'm changing my title.
Always on the ball, eh, Brains? We're looking for this bloke who looks like a clown. Goes by the name of Dolmagus. He's a slippery customer. Keeps getting away from us. Have you heard anything?
Yes, I've heard about him. The criminal responsible for murdering the abbot of Maella Abbey, no less. My sources report seeing him walking
This guy knows a lot of stuff,
man.
man.
Toward the western continent.
The western continent? That's a bit hazy, isn't it? Can't you be more specific?
Spiffik?
Sorry, that's all I know. I wish I could tell you more.
Well, if you don't know nothing more, Brains, there ain't nothing more to know. We'll have to go to the western continent ourselves.
A fine idea. But aren't you forgetting something? How do you intend to cross the
I'm
sea?
gonna fucking swim. I thought they called you the Brains, brother.
Eh?
Monster attacks at sea have been significantly worse recently. All crossings from here and from the northern continent have been cancelled. You could go if you had your own ship, but unless I'm misinformed, you don't. I'd say that will pose quite a problem.
I'm just gonna go get the king to give me a ship.
Yeah. I hadn't thought of that.
No, I can see that. Well, perhaps I can help you out there with a little
Music
snippet
stops.
of information I heard.
The brain game has arrived.
Follow the cliffs along the coast to the west from Port Prospect, and you will come to a wide open wasteland.
Follow the cliffs along the coast. To the west from Fort Prospect.
According to what I hear, there's an old abandoned ship there. I don't know why a ship should be in a place devoid of water, but anyway, people say it's a magic ship. If you could get it up and running again, you'd be able to sail anywhere you wanted.
Damn, Brains. They must go really far back. He's just giving this info for
You might
free.
want to try the path to the west of Port Prospect. It was blocked by a rock slide, but I hear that's been cleared out now.
Oh, that place. I remember. Thanks, Brains. Good luck. Oh, off we go. Oh wait, I can mix again. Or finish mixing. Is there any like good equipment combos I can make? I don't even fucking know. I'd love to mix the thief key with something, but no idea. Templar's uniform. What could I possibly mix with a Templar uniform? Fur poncho. 2 animal pelts. Oh, I don't know. I don't care. We're just gonna keep making this until I get some more stuff. Some more recipes. Unless there's something that I'm like, ah, that looks clever. Like the headband and the rabbit. Rabbit tail. Hey, later, Newton. Thanks for chilling. It was a pleasure. It's a big old thing over here. Got a town though. How far does this go out? Pretty far. We're better off going to the town first. Or the house, whatever's up here. Get a house. Buffalo wings and the devil. The devil himself. I think there was a chest down there. Don't know about one close by though. I see it, man. It's just a ship. Not a mountain. Not very smart, bud. Across the wilderness, there's nothing over there but ocean. Madman, dude. What does he see? That was more than you thought. Yeah, usually if I make one of those bags of rice, the family sizes, it's like a whole day's rice and some. Sexy sister. Back in my day, they called me Biggest Dickus on account of my huge dick. Time to jump in, man. What the? Am I on the king slime? Oh, the crown got on him? So that makes him big? Jesus Christ. The lore, man. Can I keep it? Nice. That was funny. I miss slime shenanigans. There's not been that many slime conversations. Yeah, I need to. I'm looking forward to it. After I get through mainline. The cult of slime. The Goomin. Two agility rings was something really precious. Can you start mixing 3 things? Okay, I guess so. Can't do that yet. Where the fuck is that at? Canine, I didn't know. Unless they just made it do it in order. Also, don't meteorite bracelets, they just hurt the enemy when you die, but then they break? I don't really care. Got the slime crown. I wouldn't want to put that crown on after just proven to like mess with slime bodies like that. Whatever. How I use that and I instantly get a fight like right after. Here we go. The Mudman. bombs. They're back. They're here. One damage. They're smiling at me. Got a few areas we can go. Wish the alchemy bot was just a button. And there wasn't so much text. Wish you could just get into it and be done with it. It's a very drawn out process. Start over here. We'll snake our way back around and check that. The Mud Boys. That seemed too hard. I don't know if the holy protection is helping much. I wish it didn't cost so much. And whether you have less fights or not is kind of like a, you know, it's on you, right? If you skip enough fights, or skip weak fights, I mean. Great. I have like 10 plus chests I can't get to right now. It's kind of getting old. I don't know if there is like a key I could be making or what, but it sucks that a lot of them aren't in towns. They're like just sitting in the middle of nowhere. And maybe we'll get like an airship and I could just jump right to them, but I do not want to be running through these big ass areas for a single chest. I mean, I will, but goddamn, I hope at that point I hope that the turn off weak fights thing actually works. Yeah, I kind of wish that that wasn't there. It's fucking a little annoying. Because you don't see your party walk with you anyways. So just turn the fucking cart noise off. Like, if I don't see anybody, then they might as well just not be there anyways. I would be okay with it if we actually saw the cart. I would be fine. If they didn't want your party to follow you, at least have the cart and horse follow. That'd be kind of cool. Just have it warp around if it, you know, just have it for flavor. I mean, it doesn't kill me to hear it. I would prefer if it was actually there. Put your party members in the cart, you know, when you're out here and around. And then if they just don't want your party members to be behind you, because it'd be too many people in too many small places, then, you know, in towns, and that's fine, whatever. But there's no reason not to have the cart behind you here. Like, you have to press start. What do you guys think about the party chat being something that just happens occasionally with voices as you're running around? Do you think that would kill atmosphere and the feeling of just kind of being out here and just walking on your own? Or do you think that'd be a nice way to use party chat instead? Like, you're out here walking and then Yangus, you know, says what he just said there. Problem is you could turn into tails, which they never shut the fuck up. So it just has to be done sparingly. But yeah, I think personally I prefer that. I mean, it's more voice acting, but budget shouldn't be a problem with Dragon Quest. So. Because I was just thinking about it, as the dialogue we just heard was so throwaway and pointless. Like, I'm gonna forget about it in like 5 minutes. Like, oh, my back hurts, or I'm tired of these damn mountains. But like, if you just heard it as you were walking, it would have a bit more impact. You wouldn't have to have even like waited for it. You could just hear it and then just be like, okay. Even if it's not that great, it's not like it's really taking any time out of the exploration. It's pretty much a question of if having it be quiet and having less audio and you just kind of soaking in the walking is more important or not. I feel like I'm just asking for a tail system, but not done poorly. Like, have like longer party chats, maybe you could press on a party chat button. But then also just have them chime in on their own. Because that's the thing, is we are with a team. Even if they want to like pretend it's not, narratively we've got a fucking 4-man squad and a horse and a caravan, and you might as well use it. I don't know if that's tradition again or what, or if they have like some real game design reasons for having party chat be a thing and not just something that pops up. I think you can make some reasons. I mean, we just did. Rock salt. The only chest in this entire area was locked. Alright. What do we got here?
Well, I never. What have we here?
I never.
Yes, this must be it. The ancient ship we heard about in Pickham.
Did I open it? Thought it was locked. I mean, I got a chest from a monster. It was a rock salt. Oh, Jesus. Guess it was that good. I already forgot about it. Was that one near town?
Now we can pick up Dulmagus's hateful trail again.
Dulmagus's.
But it's enormous. How on earth will we get it down to the sea? I must admit, I'm rather stumped.
Are we gonna, like, break a dam?
If
okay.
only it wasn't quite so far inland. I know. Show me the map. Now, let's see. Here's my castle.
We're gonna... I would love to actually get into what happened to Trode and who the hell they were.
Which means now we must be... here.
This would be a nice segue into it.
Unbelievable! We're directly south of the castle. I had no idea.
We had a little bit of backstory with Yangus, more just like indirect, like we know who he used to hang out with. Not really anything super specific, but you know, it was neat. This could be cool. How goes it? It's going. We're just same old as Dragon Quest. We're plowing through. We just discovered the ship. So now we're figuring out how to get it out of here.
We should go back to the castle and see if we can find mention of this ship in the library. We might just find a clue. There's no time to lose. We must return to Trodane. To the castle!
I think he just wants to go back to the castle. I'd like to go as well. The area reminds me of Drakengard. It's just the wasteland and the colors and shit. Oh, is this chest right above me here? I see it. Yeah. Fucking junk warhammer. I can't use. Oh well. Rockbomb. Doodle-doo. How about you, Redless? How are you doing, man? Rock salt. Salted milk. Oh, on top of the morning. Would you like some salted milk? If I could use holy water and rock salt. I don't know what this rich person's rate is for. Yeah, one of the problems with alchemy is that, like, you can just use like a general item with a specific something else to make some shit. Which means that there's like gonna be like 30 bazillion items that only mix with a very specific thing. So you think you can mix everything together. But in reality, it's like every hat can mix with, you know, a single item. So it's like that just opens up like 50 items. That just makes it a fucking mess. It's good for, like I said earlier, alchemy recipes, because that means you might have more of the possible things on you to make shit. It's not like overly specific, but it really sucks for experimentation. I don't even know why they recommend you experiment. It's horrible. In this version, it's completely... like they're doing everything in their power to make you not want to experiment. The only reason to even bother is because you could get something cool. But you're like begrudgingly doing it. Rock salt. Jeez. I'll just hold on to the rock salt after this one. Okay. Everything's cheese, man. Don't know what it does. Yeah, this area reminds me of Drakengard. It's just like there's a level in Drakengard with like a wasteland like this with really high mountains and stuff. There's nothing big I'm drawing from that. It's not like the atmosphere is the same. It's just kind of a maze of like a canyon wasteland thing. I mean, I guess there's other games that have it, like 1,000 Needles and WoW or something. The Beetleborgs. Oh, nice. It already has fan translations, so I assume they're just gonna repurpose those into the offline release. Mud mannequins get the first strike. Oh, baby. I'm enjoying it. I mean, it's Dragon Quest. The presentation is definitely much better than the other games, but otherwise it's same old. And that's it's a double-edged sword. But overall, I mean, it's been comfy. I think it's slower than a lot of the Dragon Quest games because of the size of the world, but still enjoy it. I definitely got some issues with some of the systems, like the alchemy and the general speed of things here and there, but I can see why this one's liked. We'll see as we go. I still feel like I'm just at the beginning of the game, even though we're like 25 plus hours in. Which, I mean, I guess I am, but... Alright, so there's a cave over here, but I'm kind of curious what's on the far side. I'm gonna walk it. What do we get? Some new cheese. Hard cheese. That looks really tasty, man. Looks like cheese made out of steel. Oh yeah, we've been talking about it a lot. Everybody's been mentioning all the changes. Seems good. But it's interesting talking about this version. I mean, I like the presentation. I'm sure I'm sure the presentation's better than this in general, but it's been interesting talking about why they made some decisions in this. And it was the times or tradition or just whatever, because they make a lot of changes in the 3DS one that would cover a lot of the problems I have with this so far. Mostly just in the quality of life and pacing. It's neat, yeah, apparently there's like more party members too. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into it. We'll see if I end up playing it, but I'll at least maybe watch chunks of a playthrough or see some of the differences for myself. I'm sure we'll talk about every single one of them as we go here. Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of remakes and remasters is you get some upgrades here, but then like not in other places. It's like in the Wind Waker HD, it's like, man, they make a lot of big upgrades in quality of life and the sea pacing and some of the tedious Triforce quests and stuff, but then they kill the art style. It's like, can't we just get the best of all worlds? It's too often that there's some give and take. See if we can take this guy. Takes a massive hit to visuals, yeah. I have no regrets playing this version. Makes for a good conversation, but I'm gonna discuss and critique it for this. I mean, I'm not gonna give this one more credit because there's a version that doesn't have that or whatever. But it's cool to talk about. Just handle this like the last boss, I guess. Some helm splitters. Yep. Don't know how much damage this guy's gonna do. Here's a dragon. Should we had insulate? Jesus. Yeah, that's what I was hearing. Because one of my biggest problems, I mean, I guess I'll get into it again, is, yeah, pace. The world is much larger and you move through it much slower than the other games because of just how fucking big the square footage is. And there's not like an assload of chests or an assload of, really more importantly, unique areas to go mess around in per square foot. But it's compounded because the fights are still just as often. The animations are generally pretty slow because of all the 3D. Stuff like that. Like the alchemy stuff takes way too long. And, yeah. So it's hard to avoid fights even, right? Not even just the random battle rate. I mean, so if I could walk around the world and just avoid dudes, right, that would add, that'd be a little bit more interactive just walking around because there's not that much. At least you'd have to dodge shit and pick your fights and all that, and then you'd move through the world quicker, which would make the speed of travel not as big a deal. And then because you can just spawn slimes like that and see what you're gonna fight easily, you can choose to just cut down into your fight time even more. There's 2 times battle speed in the 3DS one, which, you know, the old ones had faster battle dialogue. This one has no adjustments. Like I said, I still enjoy it, but I feel like these are problems that might grow to be even larger ones as we go. But maybe by the time we get to the end, I mean, the story will have really kicked off so hard that, and you know, maybe the zones are going to get even better. And I won't have any problem with the pacing. We'll see. Because normally in games, I don't really have a... I mean, I generally don't have a problem with random battles. I don't have a problem with... inherently with slow fights. It just depends on how everything mixes together. I mean, yeah, fights that are faster when you do them this often... You know, that's just like better feedback or something, like an SMT, where like you hit something, it's boom, it feels good because it goes quick, the fights, you're done, and you start and you're done. And it's not like an action game kind of feedback, but there is a certain feeling to menus and the speed of everything that does matter in a JRPG. I hope it's good. I'm very interested in what they're going to be doing because they mentioned it's going to be different. Don't know what that means exactly. But it would be pretty crazy seeing this series get, like, different. Because the series is very rooted in tradition and tries to be unchanging in a lot of the core elements. It's mostly, you know, tries to tell better stories or make some very light mix-ups to the gameplay or ups the presentation, you know, the graphics and all that. Well, I would be shocked. Yeah, if it turned into a microtransaction heavy mobile game. But damn, but that'd be funny. That would be such a shit show. I'd almost want it just to see how fucking horrible the fallout from that would be. One of the most traditional series that has been relatively unchanging since the first one. And beloved because of it, to just go full ape shit would be... I'd almost want to see the fallout from it. But yeah, that's generally not a good thing. I mean, Dragon Quest X, yeah, as an MMO. Problem is we just don't have it in the West. Yeah, I'm very curious if the new composer is going to just emulate the old guy's style, or if they're going to try to like do their own thing. Maybe they'll try to like emulate it in tone, but generally have its own personality. I don't know. America release, yeah. If we get anything in the West, it's going to be the offline version. It'd be interesting. I wouldn't be terribly interested playing that game myself. I mean, I would play it. That wouldn't be the first place I'd want the series to go. Not that I think it's a wrong place. I mean, clearly everybody else thought it was a good place. They made an MMO. I would just be very curious to see kind of them taking the formula and then changing it in a single player game a bit. Let's see how that plays out. No, it's one of those weird ones. Like, I mean, I always want the medium to get pushed, and I want to see series and stuff get better and better. But Dragon Quest has that odd place where, in a way, how just like steadfast it is and unchanging is almost commendable. It's almost pushing the industry in a certain way. Not the industry, but just the medium. That something can continuously get this much budget, but just always go for the same kind of the vibe, or at least upgrade around the same exact core. And I guess it's not really pushing it in like a more creative. It's not pushing like a creative boundary, but I don't know. In its own way, it's like I said, it's kind of commendable. Because it's something that would be generally considered maybe dated, or you know, we need to move past this kind of game, but then they keep making a game that's like still worth doing or playing despite all that kind of silly shit. I don't know. I'm looking forward to playing 11. That's going to be a very interesting conversation. Because I'm talking about the series, but I haven't played 11, and that'll be where that really sells. Like, let's see what Dragon Quest 11 is. A Dragon Quest game for the modern day, and you know, see if keeping it so traditional is really, you know, that they've done something, they have a vision for it. And I think that's pushing the boundaries of the medium too. Despite not pushing it, it's pushing it by staying true to its roots. It's a different kind of bag. Because I mean, the games do change, but we'll see. It's hard to talk about. This game is so old at this point that I'm just talking in theoreticals when there's a real answer. I just gotta play it. Yeah, 11's the reason I even started the whole playthrough of the main series, really. The monster kind of like that too, now I think about it. Kind of unchanging or traditional. I would say the combat differences in world and the new focus on... yeah, no, I mean, I'd say so, yeah. I mean, for the most part, Monster Hunter's the same shit. They've upped the speed and fluidity of the action and stuff, but honestly, that just feels like a raw improvement on the same concept. Same game every iteration? Yeah. I guess it's, yeah, Monster Hunter is. I mean, it pretty much is the same thing, just different monsters. The thing is with like Monster Hunter though, is it's got like a very different vehicle, a very different formula. It's just about hubs and then fighting the monsters and then like the attacks you use to do it. I feel like in a game like this, it's like a whole campaign and there's like a narrative behind it. Like I feel like Monster Hunter is more just modular. You could just throw monsters in it and that's just what people want, right? Where this is like a big flowing package that still is the same most games. I think you're definitely right about Monster Hunter, but I think it can kind of work more that way and not feel like it's like unwilling to change. It just has a formula that is very good at just throwing new monsters and stuff in without needing to really upset the entire formula. I mean, they're just like, they just pretty much just create boss fights, and that's the whole series. They just throw you in a boss fights. There's nothing else to it. There's so much going on in Dragon Quest that it's crazy that it's almost all still the same. Down to the tunes. But yeah, I mean, Monster Hunter is also a huge one in Japan, right? When it comes to sheer popularity. Yeah, younger series. And I don't know how big 11 changes things, but I would say the change from like GU to like World is pretty big. It's bigger than, I would say, gameplay wise, 7 to this. I mean, visually it's, visually I would say GU to World's pretty fucking big too. I mean, obviously 2D to big 3D is a bit gonna be a bit bigger, but let's see how 11 is. Hell yeah, Ivy. How we doing? Final Fantasy up to 6 was largely the same. Yeah, I would say, I mean, FF1's more of like a traditional create a party RPG, right? Almost like a D&D thing. 2 introduces more of a story and pre-made characters. 3 has jobs. Overall, though, the world design maybe gets a bit more complicated with 3, but yeah, it's them just kind of beefing up the narrative and lightly changing the gameplay. Only 4 really kicks into big story. It's kind of like the jump from 2 to 3 with Dragon Quest, where 3 has a lot more story. Yeah. I would say, yeah, 7 and on have much larger jumps, but I still think the first 6 Final Fantasies, especially 4, 5, and 6, make bigger leaps than Dragon Quest does. Like 6 has a still unique to this day thing where it's, you know, taking very unique party members and throwing them into very unique situations before you combine them, and you know, that's a pretty big departure from, you know, say 5's job-based thing with the same team the whole time, or 4's just set dudes you accrue over time. And you don't get that in Dragon Quest. You might add a monster to your party, but it still plays the same. You might get jobs, but it still plays the same. A lot of the stuff in 6, you might have like a very different strategy depending on the situation. I think that's a pretty big jump. But yeah, after 6 for sure, it's a totally different story. 1 to 6 is not huge differences. Still mostly medieval fantasy with a couple twists here and there, right? And ATB stuff. Magic key at Castle Trodan. Things that change between Dragon Quest games. I would say after the first 2, narrative obviously becomes a bigger deal. It starts getting into a formulaic kind of an episodic kind of structure to the stories. This one's felt a little different there. It's kind of episodic, but really I feel like not a whole lot's happened. Yeah, one character goes to party. I think the big thing from 1 and 2 to 3 is you stop. it's a note game. 1 and 2, you need to read every single thing, write notes, and really like explore the world and figure out secrets. It becomes a lot more streamlined from 3 and on, and starts putting things more into the narrative instead of just the raw exploration. I think that's probably the biggest things for me. 3 was a create your own party game. Could you customize them, or is it more that you just get to pick a shitload of different characters? Or do you mean Final Fantasy? Final Fantasy was. Oh, DQ3, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I think 1 player to a party in 1 and 2, 2 to 3, creating your own dudes, and a focus on narrative instead of like note-taking and exploration. After that, though, I would say it doesn't have big like shifts. And even then, all those core, there's still a huge amount of shared things throughout the first 3. I mean, 2 just feels like 1, but way too big. It's still the same moves, still the same strategies, still the same like final boss grind stuff. Yeah, 4 had the chapters with the different main characters, you like restart, which was kind of cute. More set characters and story. 5 had party monster recruiting. 6 had jobs. 7 was just really fucking long. What was 7? 7 went really hard on the episodic stuff. The thing is, though, those are like all the changes, right? Like, for the most part, everything else is like the same, other than just story and stuff like that. I feel like FF would, even in the first 6, try to mix it up a bit more. Like, I don't remember the jobs in 6 for Dragon Quest feeling super crazy, and it didn't feel like I was playing the game a super different way. Where in like 5, there's some pretty wildly different things you can pull off in Final Fantasy from like 4 or something, right? Different ages. Oh yeah, I guess having multiple world maps was a thing that started. But that's in... Did the first 6 Final Fantasies have that? 6 had the apocalypse, right? Did 1 through 5? I think there was just 1 map. That's something that Dragon Quest started doing. Oh, did 4? Yeah, I guess I haven't played 4 in 20 years or something, so I need to. Last time I was here, he said, "Oh, I mean, I think it does. I'm not saying that Dragon Quest really mixes it up. We're trying to like mention the things they mix up. I still hold that Dragon Quest is the fast food of JRPGs. It's familiar, it's easy to jump into, but you're never gonna go tell anybody about the yummy fast food you had. It's not, I don't think any of them are godly. They're just like, they're just comfy. For normal underground moon. Also 3 of the really cool first area of the game is the last continent floater world after you enter the overworld. Okay, so it did have multiple maps too. I think the biggest thing with Dragon Quest is that it does change some like superficial things here and there, but like the meat of it is very similar. The approach to exploring towns, you throw in pots, you're looking through stuff, the same save systems, the exact same move names, most of the same monsters, the same art style, the same music. Like, you could say Final Fantasy does that a good chunk too in the first 6, but it feels like they're trying to be unique enough per game despite using like the same artists and them being JRPGs and stuff like that. I feel like they try to be a little bit more different, but yeah, as soon as you get after 6, Final Fantasy starts really trying to be this like every game super different thing. Why do you think Final Fantasy has global popularity but Dragon Quest is only popular in Japan? I don't know if it's a game design thing or more of just like a cultural thing. I mean, Final Fantasy generally had more of a narrative focus. It was darker, more serious. Dragon Quest is a bit lighter. Anime characters. Back, I feel like in that, like the NES, SNES time, that wouldn't fly as good. Especially NES time. That's why they call it Dragon Warrior or something, right? Like, all the really edgy Western shit. Maybe it just flew better. Maybe it had better advertising, I'm not sure. Game design though, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Final Fantasy 1 is something you could just pick up and you make a party, which might be more interesting to people. You don't need to take a bunch of notes like in Dragon Quest 1. I don't know. I would say it's less that Dragon Quest like was like bad or something. It was probably more just, I'd imagine, tone and marketing. Yeah, also FF7 was the big thing. I mean, did people care about FF1, 2, and 3 in the West? I don't know. I wasn't around. I don't know the figures on that. I mean, clearly it did better than Dragon Quest, but they kind of didn't they stop localizing a lot of Dragon Quest after a bit? Did they localize 5 even? Yeah. But yeah, back to what Klitza was talking about. I mean, I think that's what Dragon Quest does well. They change up just enough stuff where it doesn't feel like you're playing the exact same game. But it's still like a comfortable amount of the same, right? I think it's an issue, but I think it's like understandable to a certain extent. But yeah, Final Fantasy really starts defining itself as the big shifter with 7. I think setting is the biggest thing. I mean, Final Fantasy mixes up the gameplay a little harder each game, even in the first 6, because of how the parties and the RPG backend works, like the job creation, where I feel like Dragon Quest keeps a lighter version of it and focuses more on raw stats and shit. But as soon as the settings start to change, as soon as they go FF7 and they just go off the rails, yeah, everything is very different. Junctions and materia, and they're changing how the turn-based works in 10, and programmable shit and the Gambit system in 12. Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest things was like Dragon Warrior 1 through 3 aren't really like a big deal. out here, and then they just kind of gave up on it. Yeah. I don't think that we got them till the DS. That's another thing too, is Dragon Quest didn't go 3D. Yeah, I don't know. There's different eras of it. Like, are we talking about why did FF1 work in the West? FF like 1 through 6 work in the West and not Dragon Quest? Or like the whole series, why is it still only just gotten kind of big? Because yeah, I think Fast is totally right there. I mean, FF7's like pioneering, you know, 3D JRPGs. Really unique setting. They mixed up the gameplay from like FF6. PlayStation, I mean, it's all a big deal. Dragon Quest wasn't doing anything like that. I mean, I guess FF7, or is Dragon Quest 7 was 3D? Was it 3D? Or is that 2D still? So that's obviously, people in the West care more about that, you know, graphics and shit like that. Way more focused on a narrative, which I feel like the West is always like the heavy, has some story. Yeah, I definitely think you can figure out why Final Fantasy's bigger around FF7 and 6, but 1 through 6 is a little harder. I think it's just really because the anime, the tone, and them just giving up after 3. Maybe people didn't need more than FF at that point. 3D with 2D character sprites, okay. Which is not going to interest Western audiences much as full 3D. Per hood. Yeah, I think it's exactly what Fasta said. When you get into the later ones, I don't think there's anything else to say on it. There might be some other important factors, but... ...3D definitely is a big thing. I feel like only in recent times, especially with the onset of indies, are people more willing to think something with lower fidelity graphics and stuff is just as good as something that isn't. Some kind of boundary pushing graphical thing. Nicely animated, yeah. And I mean, people like that one. I don't know how well it did in the long run. It's not like there wasn't room for popularity with like more sprite-based stuff back then. It's just that I feel like a lot of people... You're just gonna get more hype for something 3D. I mean, with the GBA and stuff like that, there still was room for more sprite-based stuff, but I mean, Dragon Quest wasn't really on it until the DS. But yeah, Fast Zone. And of course, there's going to be people who want to stay, you know, with the old stuff, but I think that while that mentality was in the West, this is just me totally talking my ass too. That might be something more Japanese. I mean, like, Dragon Quest was such a big deal. You know, while I'm sure they wanted to do crazy 3D shit, because they did, they made a bunch of those. There's probably still a lot of people who, like, just want traditional Dragon Quest, so they just kept it. You know, they still had 2D sprites and shit. Yeah, exactly. I feel like Western gaming was more, maybe superficial like that? What did I just get for hood? Some interesting conversation, though. Yeah, it's neat to think about. I mean, even nowadays, this kind of game is like looked upon by the larger audience as kind of like, dated, right? I feel like stuff like indies kind of changing the mindset on how important graphics are in a way, and how things with older gameplay concepts or older game design is still like really good. Maybe has helped. Make like Dragon Quest 11 and stuff actually something people like. So like it's the attitude towards more like old school RPGs. I don't know. That's a conversation for when I play 11. Maybe 11 feels like a totally modern game in most ways. I mean, it's a Dragon Quest game. It's gonna feel like Dragon Quest 1 still. I'd be shocked if it was like super different, but maybe it has just enough of that stuff, or maybe the presentation's so good it's superficially it'll just get people to actually want to engage with like a JRPG. I don't know. Have I rested yet? Yeah, I'd be lying if I said Dragon Quest didn't change anything. I think it's more about the amount of change, how much it affects the core experience. Like, obviously Final Fantasy is still a turn-based RPG, but you know, you compare FF 12 to 8 to 1, and maybe that's not the best examples, but they're all, I mean, if you told somebody, hey, who didn't know anything about games, these are 3 different series, you'd probably believe them. If you showed somebody Dragon Quest 1, 8, and like 5 or something, and I told them this is all different series, they probably wouldn't believe it as easily. Like, just from a gameplay standpoint, not just visuals, but I feel like Dragon Quest changes stuff, but it's at the end of the day a drop in the bucket. Which I think is part of the reason it never becomes greatness, really. I commend it, I respect it for doing the same thing, and it's cool how they upgrade it around having the exact same stuff, but it's a formula, while very entertaining, and I don't think it's wrong to have in the gaming world. I would never consider it, like any of them, something that's truly just pushing the boundaries, how good shit is. Cooking in hot weather is? Eesh. I don't cook enough to know, but hot weather. I know about hot weather. I can barely sleep. Okay. Sorry, DM City. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird case. It is a weird case. Where I have like a bit of respect for just how unapologetically unmoving they are with Dragon Quest, but how they're consistently good enough and make just enough changes to not make it like a horrible thing. Because like, I'll bring it up. I have this conversation every time I play Dragon Quest, every stream. But you take Pokemon as a counter example, and that's a series that really does need to improve itself, and it doesn't in like almost ever. The core probably needs to be changed, or they don't make enough big upgrades around that core system to make up for doing the exact same shit every time. And I feel like that's a counterexample of like a series that is unchanging to a fault. Where while Dragon Quest never hits greatness because of it, I don't hate the series because of it. If anything, I have to give it a little respect for just doing what works to like this degree. I don't know. Maybe I'm not making any points here, I'm just kind of rambling, but I don't know if anybody feels the same on the whole thing. Sec. I don't know. That'll be something I guess we could break into a lot more after finish the main line. Still got 9 and 11. Maybe I'll feel a little funkier about it when we get to that point. It's also a series that every single game's been remade multiple times, which is a little iffy. So I mean, it's one of those series. It's got some odd things, but they're not afraid to like change. I mean, I guess just the fact they have remakes with as many changes as they do shows they're willing to like beef up or cut the fat off of some of their games. But yeah, it's still like 90% the same. I'm already pissed off. Kino. Trying to find my tier lists. Where the fuck did I put those, man? It was a picture. Probably a picture. Nobody's asking me about Kirby stuff. Okay. We'll have to do a tier list for the main, or for Dragon Quest after I've played enough of them. Maybe after the main ones we'll do that. I'm gonna actually have to go watch like speedruns and revisit the first 7, probably the first 8 by the time I get to 11. Because even when we're talking about it right now, like, I cannot like differentiate some of the stuff in the other ones. I did play them back to back, but it's a problem with the sameness of it. I could generally tell you, big differences in Final Fantasy, but in Dragon Quest, like some of these big changes we're talking about with like 3 and stuff, like I don't remember a lot of it. Like I think it's a different game that has it, and they run together. I think it'll be fun to maybe do a tier list, because I mean you can't do it. It is like they're each long enough, right? They're their own games, but I need to refresh myself. Let's go over the collector's edition AI too, because of the figure that came with it. I forgot about it by the time I remember they're out of stock. Now the scalpers got it. Man-eater chest. Oh, no, he does some damage. He's asleep. That's shitting on Soden. I was just thinking about that again here. I know it was like 15 minutes ago, but funny how caught up in wacky fads and shit you can get. Like nowadays, nobody'd ever think. I mean, okay, some people would, but generally, nobody's thinking Castlevania 64. Not that I've played it, but I will. That is better than Soden. It's just not the common opinion at all. But just because of graphics, back then people were willing to ignore a lot of shit. I mean, I'm sure back then even. I mean, I wasn't in the discourse of, video games. I was just fucking young at that point. I didn't have a PlayStation, but even back then people realized it wasn't as good, but that you could even get to that point is kind of funny. wonder how it feels to work on the Dragon Quest team. Do you think there's ever like problems with like, man, I wish I was pushing, you know, I was getting more creative, or I was pushing some boundaries, or I want to take the series in the direction kind of thing? Do you think you're like, oh, no, I'm stuck here in the Dragon Quest team, or maybe they're like all really, really proud working on such a big series, so much legacy? I guess there's no way for us to know. I would imagine it's more of the former, or the latter, excuse me. But who knows? With them saying 12 is going to be different, we'll see how much. I mean, we don't know anything. Maybe there is more conversation about it being people wanting it to change. I wouldn't blame them at all for changing it. I mean, it's not like you haven't gotten like 11 games of the same thing. But you could also argue that's where spin-offs are for, or Slimy Smiley. I feel like I shouldn't underestimate. Oh, we're good. Ooh, the sun. I feel like that the sun actually rotates. I mean, as it should. Games have been doing this, I mean, for a long time. I mean, Ocarina of Time did it. But there's games nowadays, I mean, I don't have a good example, but that don't. They don't have the cycle, man. Also, circular, or what do you call this? Clouds that you can see, like the circle. What do you call this kind of cloud drawing where it's got a, like an arc? It's like a. The point is, it's Kino. It's good clouds. These are some good looking clouds, man. Most of them are moving, different depths. I like that you can see the clouds kind of like spinning around you. Makes it very fantasy. Like I said, that's the best part about this game so far, is especially what sets it apart from the other ones is it's the presentation. I wouldn't say the story's been anything crazy compared to the others. I mean, yeah, Yangus is funny. I don't hate any of the characters, but they're not really a whole lot going on. There's 25 hours in, there's pretty much no story. Dulmagus is walking around. The episodic stories for each area have not really been anything either. There's barely been any. The king was really sad. I mean, the Angelo stuff, how you introduce each character has been solid. But for the most part, it's... I mean, 7 had way more stories at this point. The gameplay, I would say you have more moves at this point than average than the other ones. I mean, we don't have AoE heals, but we've got an assortment of magic attacks and all kinds of buffs and stuff. It doesn't have like a deep back end or anything, right? I mean, you just have some skill points you pop in, which is different, but effectively brainless compared to like jobs or picking out monsters to train. Not that I'd prefer those, I kind of like that it's just more stock, but the point is I don't think there's anything in particular that's really like on the same level of as the presentation. In fact, I don't think a lot of the things it does are even the best in the series so far, when really it should be at least that good. We'll see as we go. We're very early. I could very well imagine the story getting very interesting, or us exploring some interesting different areas and getting enough moves that maybe we gotta get a little juicy with it. I mean, I guess the biggest change in the combat is the tension thing, but I wouldn't really call it anything crazy. I mean, you're just beefing up charges. You're just foregoing an attack for 2 or 3 turns to just do a bigger one, which I mean is different for Dragon Quest, but it doesn't effectively change anything. You're still gonna oomph, you're still gonna kabuff, you're still gonna kasab, and you're gonna heal AoE. I mean, I guess you're gonna have that in like most RPGs, but it's been the same feel of buff, debuff, heals pretty much the entire series. Although I guess one thing Dragon Quest does that's a bit unique is actually have use items, infinite use items. Final Fantasy 1 has that. In fact, they're very strong. The healing, was it the healing staff? I don't remember what it's called. Is your AoE heal just like a better Sage's Stone? I might be off on some of the details there, but they stopped doing that. That's more of a Dragon Quest thing. And item loadouts and stuff. While cumbersome when it comes to just the menu work, it's pretty nice for gameplay. Because you have to think about what you want. You can combine things. You can equip different things in the middle of a fight, which I think is a neat bit of strategy you don't see in a lot of games. Oh, for sure. I think that's really nice. Like I said, the menus are cumbersome, but they are all very readable because of icons, and yeah, it gives it a lot more personality. I agree with you there, no doubt. I think that's one of Dragon Quest's biggest strengths, though, is presentation. The Toriyama just art style. The monsters are really unique looking, they're really fun. It's just whimsical kind of fantasy thing going on. Everything's very colorful. Generally, yeah, most things are getting sprites. I mean, they recolor a lot of stuff, but the hyper traditional, like, so fantasy that, yeah, like overloaded, like goes from being generic to almost, yeah, like endearing because it's so fucking, like, I don't know, it's just the art style. Hyper Toriyama fantasy here. Don't know how to explain it. Because, I mean, Chrono Trigger is Toriyama as well, but it's got a different vibe. It's not just his art, it's the tone and the colors in this, and the focus on more of like a traditional, like, European fantasy thing. I would say, though, it's not just the Toriyama character art. I think the biggest... Would you guys say that the monster designs are probably the most, like, iconic thing about Dragon Quest? Like, really set it apart? Like, the amount of, like, kind of comical, wacky, smiley characters, and, like, silly names and shit. 'Cause, like, the world's very colorful and kind of whimsical, too, but, like, you know, the characters and all that, but, like, I feel like the monster design, I want to say that's the most iconic part of the series. Like, if you could just pick one thing, I mean, you could say it's the traditional, but it's like, you know, the traditional JRPG stuff they do is like, it's not super unique to Dragon Quest. That it's been the same moves with wacky names the entire time, I guess, has become iconic through sheer just the amount. Unless they have tits, like Jessica, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right there. I definitely think the characters are the most iconic, or the enemies are the most iconic thing about Dragon Quest. It's one of the few things in is Yangus popular? Yeah, I don't know much about. I don't see enough conversation to be able to weigh in there on characters, but I do see the enemies all the time. It's one of the few things, at least on a personal level, I always will like smile at or think is fun or quality is the character, like the enemies. I've taken pictures of them. I joke about them. I like the way the slimes talk. I definitely think it's like the standout part of the series for me. Yangus should be popular, man. He's fun. I think the biggest reason Yangus is fun, though, is just like, I mean, we'll see how his actual character ends up being in the long run, but it's kind of like the superficial parts of him. He's just this thick, ugly bastard with like the fucking, like, bruv fucking thing going on. Which is really fun, especially for a series that generally isn't like crazy on the story. I mean, having them just be immediately entertaining and fun, and then having voice acting on top of that just makes them more memorable. I mean, obviously Jessica's got big tits, so that's kind of her. I mean, not to be nasty, but that's kind of probably where she got, yeah, like Cora said, that's where that's coming from. Otherwise, she doesn't have anything going on. We'll see as her character goes. I mean, I like her personality enough, for sure. Kind of just like a fuck you, get it done kind of character, which is fun. But yeah. He's got an instantly appealing thing, I'm sure, yeah, that keeps people talking. This is the boobies. I had at least seen Yangus and Jessica before. Even if I didn't know what game they were from, I don't know shit about Angelo. Charge up my controller. But yeah, point is, I'd definitely say the monsters are the big standout thing in Dragon Quest. Despite a lot of them getting used too often.
Get in like this. Jessica, can you get rid of these thorns with some of your hocus pocus?
I guess I can give it a try. Let's see.
That's weird. There we go.
There. Just don't ask me to get rid of all of them, okay?
Controller charging now.
My magic may be powerful, but it's not that powerful.
Oh, my poor castle. It used to be so beautiful, but now it's in ruins. And it's all because of Dul Magus's evil curse. That's when our journey began. And the castle's secret treasure was plundered. There you are, Princess.
That's
I know
him.
you like to look at the stars, but it's a little chilly to be outside. Perhaps you should retire to your chamber.
Daddy,
Of course, Father.
I want a
I'll
horse.
come right away.
Famous last words. Jesus, he was an ugly bastard fucking before he got turned into a monster.
What's this? What's going on?
Hello? Is anybody there? There's a man injured here. Somebody please call a doctor.
Speak to me. I command you. Tell me what happened here.
Your Majesty, somebody... The sealed chamber...
The sealed chamber? But surely, no one would...
Father, the intruder may still be up there. It's too dangerous for you to go alone.
They don't want to show their face up close for some reason.
Yes, but what if...
I guess to keep it as a surprise when they turn back into normal later. Like, whoa, that's what they look like. Although we've kind of saw them from afar just now.
So I'll go with you.
I don't know. Well, if there's no other alternative...
If she's a horse, does she like have the brain power of a horse too? Or is she totally... She's never seemed like intelligent at all.
You! What do you think you're doing? I forbid you to touch that scepter!
She hasn't done anything like, oh, I'm an animal, but I'm intelligent kind of thing. It's just like, she just is a horse.
If it isn't King Troll and Princess Merdia, I didn't expect you to find me. But what's done is done. Tell me, is this scepter as powerful as people say?
You're that jester. You came to my castle so you could steal the scepter?
Well deduced. You saved me the bother of explaining myself, Your Majesty. I heard all about it, about a legendary magical scepter sealed deep inside Castle Tradaine, and about how it could bestow ultimate magical powers.
Maybe they should have kept us under a few more locks and key, man. Instead of, you know, one fucking wooden door and a single guard.
With this, nothing
And a staircase.
can stop me from becoming the greatest magician of all time. Then, I'll have my revenge on those scornful snobs who made a fool of me.
Oh, 2 guards. They're top men too. Top guard. They were good. Tread's best guard. There's some chains in here too. Protective chains. Times are tough. Yeah, Tread's got spending too much money on researching height extenders or something. KDkill, dude. I could go for quilt right now. I could go for a nap.
Stop! That scepter must never leave this castle!
Oh, was it? There you go. Time to redouble your efforts. Now with the boost of confidence.
Nothing can stop me.
I do have some quilt though. My great grandmother knitted really fucking comfy quilt. I've got one. I don't use it. I sleep on top of it. It's pretty awesome. I used it all at night. This is the KDkill.
I I see no reason to delay this any further. Time to unleash its true power. King Trode, you will be my first guinea pig.
This dude's fucking chin is glorious. Look at that thing, dude. This guy's half of his face is chin, man. It's power. His jaw. Massive jaw. No. You got turned into a horse.
Is that the best it can do? The mare I can see, but you look more
I like how the horse
than a
even has a
troll.
saddle on it, man. Like it comes packed with the fucking saddle and everything, dude. That's some good magic.
Wait. The magic circle here must be restricting its full powers. If I can take it away from here, I'll see what it can really do. Come, precious scepter. Show me your true power. Oh, yes. What incredible magic. Perfect. So powerful. I can't control it.
Is he being corrupted by that? The greater evil? The ancient evil?
What on earth?
I would shit my pants if there's not like an ancient evil involved. Or he doesn't like ascend to some kind of like primeval thing. We'll see. It would also be kind of boring unless they really flesh out his character, just make him fun. If he was just like the super evil magician. I feel like they've already done that. I don't remember for sure, but I feel like we've already just had like I'm the evil magician looking guy. Jesus. There's gotta be more to it. This man's got some weird voice warbling going on. Very good upgrade on his clothing there. That basic knight outfit. No good.
Circle, but you weren't. How did you manage to survive?
It's the chosen one, dude. Alright, we're gonna get. There's gotta be some kind of you're the hero thing at some point. The armor and all that.
Who knows? Maybe it was just luck. You've always been a lucky one.
Oi, Gov! What you in the old
He's the
cottage
gov
gathering
dude,
on
that's
about
why.
back there, eh? Ain't we supposed to be swatting up on that ship? Come on, get a move on.
Come on. Come on.
Yes, of course. The castle library should be just over there.
Cool. Oh, some interesting story. Wonder if we're gonna be able to explore the whole thing. Chunk. Oh. Oh. Jesus. A lot of dudes. Oh, Jesus. Why do AoEs have to be so just extreme on the damage? Like a full 30 to 40 on the entire fucking team. They've never changed it. Jesus, these guys are tanky, man. We just need AoE heals soon. We're probably getting to that point. We're gonna start having too many people using AoEs on you, and then as soon as they have a boss that generally like only uses AoE, then you're in trouble. Because you just don't have answers for it. That's cool though. The ruined kind of overgrown castle. No, there is one here. There's a heal all. But it heals your entire HP. Which I generally don't like. Because you're gonna like waste mana healing like a single HP. I wish it would like be heal optimally within like 90% of your health or some shit. 80 to 90. Yeah, you gotta go into like a couple menus in this, so it's not really that convenient. Oh. Think he's okay? Waylon Weeds. Yeah. Like, I mean, that's what I mean. Oh, look at it, them pricky thorns makes me, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I already forgotten what he said. Like, I mean, that's the kind of party dialogue. It's like, hey, you know, that's cute, but you could just have that, like, play with a voice in the background or something. It's not even worth reading. I mean, maybe enough of that adds, like, enough flavor to his, to the scene, or, like, to his character, how he reacts to things, like. Maybe it has some value, but I just find like too many of the party chats in these are just kind of nothing. Like the only thing out of all four of those we got was that Jessica thinks maybe we're out of our league. Slightly. But I don't think it's gonna matter much. Jeez. Even his fucking loot turned green. Let me take a picture of this. Add it to the pile of like 15 pictures I have of chests we need to get. This different version of this song's pretty good. Or I mean, it's very fitting. Holy. I'm glad these are like 3 separate groups. Yeah. I don't know if I should be going for this. If the kabuff will help me, I don't even think we'll get the kabuff off. Oh, they're not affected by crackle. Good. Of course, the kabuff is going to be the last thing that comes out. Very useful. 100 mechs have been scarier than other ones, and I guess it's Small Mercy, they're not like super fucking crazy. Let's just do bang. That worked pretty good. Red mold. Okay. I don't even think there are weak fights here. But whatever. I'll do it anyways. They've taken notice of our character. Okay. Spicy cheese. Want some alchemy recipes, man. Lore books are fine and all, dude, but where's the meat? Jesus. She doesn't seem to be dead, but her arms have turned into vines, man. I don't know if that'd be an upgrade. Depends on what you're into, man. This is a big hassle. Jesus. We're just on one side here. I gotta remember to check the balcony down on that second floor, the other whole side, the library. This element's really working. Just hit him with 3 status ailment attacks and none of them did anything. That's why I don't really care about doing them. They rarely ever actually pan out as a strategy. It's fine if you do damage along with them, it could be a nice bonus. I don't think you'd ever want to sacrifice damage. At least the doors stay open. You know you've checked. I mean, I imagine when you load back in, they don't. I haven't been paying that much attention, but... Three moonwort bulbs in your pot. I'd love to, but I can only do 2 things right now until he finishes, I guess, upgrading our pot. The 3 things arc, man. Yep. We're trying to figure out how to get the ship out of the desert, or out of the wasteland. Just exploring the castle right now, though. This is just the other side. Oh, I'm sure, yeah. The XP has been pretty juicy so far. Bang was pretty good on them. The dragon, thorn dragons or whatever can be pretty spooky though. They do a lot of AoE damage. These guys do a lot, but just because we're around the probably normal level. Going for boomerangs. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen them. Wouldn't be surprised. I've been on that side. Not even sure. Not getting the drop on him. I want to kill the dragon thorns ASAP. Shame he's at the very end though. I really don't care for this coconut berry Red Bull. Like I said, I like coconut, I like berries, but I don't like them comboed there. It's kind of bleh. Kind of bleh. It's not the worst thing, man. At least it doesn't taste like hyper sugary. I mean, it's got a lot of sugar. There's some, like, those random brands of energy drinks I have occasionally that are, like, sickly sweet. And you're like, oh my god. The Minister. At least in the middle of the night, what were you doing in the courtroom on my throat? Want to take over, man. Got him. Those secrets are out. Jeez. These guys look pretty fucking rough, man. Getting the drop on them again. I don't remember where all I've been to. This very large castle, and we have to go at it in all directions sometimes. Any metal, baby. They're a better feeling in Dragon Quest than finding a mini medal. Other than seeing them credits. I don't think they're truly divine stuff, man. Whoa. This is black. Come back. I mean, I guess it wouldn't hurt to check it now, but I'd rather check everything else in case we have to, like, get pushed out of here or something. There's the liquid metal. Yeah, dude. Like, I've come to love, yeah, the casino arcs, and I've always loved the mini medal thing. I mean, it's simple. It's just a simple collectible that gives you, like, rewards. I mean, it rewards you for getting enough of them, rewards you for exploring. Simple, yeah, I don't know. But it's nice. It's just this constant tracker of how much you're exploring each area, really. Something about it. And that it's unplanned, right? It just kind of happens occasionally, you just find it. It's not like, oh, well, if I walk around every corner of this area, I just get a guaranteed one. It's just like, it's just kind of there. It's a fun little thing. Yeah, I'm surprised you don't see that kind of thing more often. It's not like it's some complicated, crazy thing. It's just a little bit of fun. That makes the act of, like, just exploring towns just that much more engaging. And the casinos are just, I mean, that's just a fun side thing. That's why, because, like, Yakuza is popular, just little diversions. Point. Pretty much need Hatchet Man just to win. Oh wait, I didn't use Hatchet Man. I used Thumb Splitter. Big mistake. Oh, our Hatchet Man got changed. To Executioner, I forgot. I haven't used it again. I don't know if it's just a higher chance of working out, or... I'd imagine so. It's all about one-shotting, so... I feel like he's gonna run away. Oh yeah, yeah. The instant chance to kill... way better than just doing more damage with metal attacks, but... The problem, or not the problem, the thing is Hatchet Man's gone now. It evolved into Executioner and I didn't realize. Falcon Slash. Yeah, 50%. Is Executioner 50% as well? Is it like, or does it get better than that? I don't know the numbers on them. The skill list I have here is from, like, probably when this game came out. It has very little info. It works or it doesn't, right? Sounds like 50% to me. Angela with the double level, dude. Fuck yeah. Whack. Now we're talking. That was juicy. Give me more liquid metal slimes, man. Oh. I think to get to the library I had to go this way. I probably shouldn't backtrack then. I want to. I think we're... Oh, this has been linear. There's a good chance. Guess I still could. It'd be a ways though. I'll just remember to go check it out once we get back to the front. Then just evac or some shit. There's just a very high chance that the only way to get to the library was going through this whole place. So if I go all the way, because I want to go up to where we see right here. I didn't check that before. I didn't want to go to the other side of the castle yet. But I didn't realize so many things would be blocked off. It would end up being far more linear than it seems. So if I went all the way back, I'd have to come all the way down. And try mixing cheese with an item that heals your body. Why is there so many cheese mixes, man? Elfin elixir. Plus a liquid. So like a particular liquid. A liquid. Whatever. Explosive, handle with care. Rock bomb shards. So you can use rock bomb shards infinitely. To wizard staff. I guess when I'm gonna ditch the wizard staff I have now. And then I could combine it with a rock bomb. I don't think I have two wizard staff. Something silver.
Oh dear. What a state the place is in. It's such a terrible shame. To work then. First things first. We need to find a book containing information on that ship. Maybe there'll be some kind of clue as to how to get it moving again.
11 doesn't have quick saving? So, what is the quick saving like in 8? Can you just save somewhere and then just reload it at any time? Or is it like a suspended thing? Well, I guess it wouldn't be suspended, then you couldn't do anything. Is it just like a single quick save slot? Either way, that sounds huge. Then you don't have to actually save at the place anymore. Really? That's them totally changing the save system and then they went back on it? What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, I do save quitting too, but I have to go all the way to the church in the other Dragon Quest games every time. Yeah, makes sense. Stone hard hat and 2 bronze knives. I wish they'd change the save system. Let me save in any non-combat zone, man. It's like if it's them wanting to manage risk and resources, then just don't let me save in combat zones unless you have like checkpoints or something. Robe of Serenity, Cloak of Evasion, and Private Clothing. Private Clothing. Yeah, that's weird. So it's a suspend that you could still like use in a way. Oh, I see. Wasn't Ace Attorney like that? Didn't it have some kind of like, yeah, suspend that you could reload? I don't remember. Yeah, weird. I wish they would change it. The lovely Princess of Trodan. They say something about a magical key in this place too.
Ah, you found something. Let's read it and see if it can be of any help. So, what we've discovered is that long, long ago, the area where we found the ship was at the bottom of an ocean. It doesn't really help us now, though. If only the ocean still existed, it would be plain sailing.
Time for time travel, dude.
What on earth?
Some things to check out before we do that. Do I have something silver? No. We can make some healthy cheese. I need better. Set something that heals. Armor echo. Done. What's the deal with this, man? It keeps popping up.
Welcome once more to the land of the moon shadow, fortunate travelers. The moon shadow window opens but once in a human's lifetime to grant a single wish. It is mysterious indeed that we should meet for a second time. Enlighten me. What wish has brought you back to me upon this night? I know the ship of which you speak. Long ago, it would travel the vast oceans, guided by the light of the moon. I remember it well, and now you wish to return this ship to the ocean from whence it came. A simple task. All we must do is revive the memory of ancient times. Those times when there was once an ocean where now there is only land. You saw for yourselves in Ascantha. Now I will again give form to a memory. The memory of the ocean that sleeps in the land. Yes. Yes.
Well, what about the chest down there?
The memory.
Maybe it won't fill up the entire area.
It is as I feared. This harp is not powerful enough. I will need a greater instrument if I am to perform such a task. I must think. Yes, it is coming to me. There is an aura that surrounds you. It is faint, but I can feel it. I see it. A moon shadow harp in the world of the sun's light. With that, no undertaking would be beyond the realms of possibility. Lend me your ears. Somewhere in your world there is an almighty instrument. Somewhere along the path you have already trodden. A friend will guide you.
King? Be my friend?
Brave children. If you wish to awaken the ancient ship, you must first find the moon shadow harp. Bring it to me, and I shall summon the memory of that ancient ocean. And the ship shall sail once more.
Yeah, his voice is the most... I don't know if I want to call it just shit. The most questionable out there out of everybody's. Like, everybody hams it up pretty hard and it's generally like entertaining for it, but this guy is just like, I don't know if he's purposely just trying to make him creepy or he's supposed to be soft spoken and it just came across wrong or what. I mean, I guess he is like an otherworldly dude, so it kind of fits, but I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. It's something. Alright, guy. With the questionable voice. I'll go get your damn almighty harp. I'm getting tired. We're finished checking out the castle, at least, but... I don't know on that guy. I almost thought he'd be like a party member, but I feel like he talks too odd to be a party member. I don't know, maybe. Oh, hey, the map. Who isn't a party member? Everyone's a party member. That's the secret. Recruit an NPC. Merchant sleeps like the dead. Hey, it's the magic key, dude. We found it. Well, now I need to go back to the other area. And quite possibly this. Yeah, I mean we've got a lot done, so I guess. I didn't even stream yesterday. But we're moving along. Just for Templars. I mean, I'd like to, but we're not using. Yep. It's been enjoyable. I'm probably not going to do too much more today. I'm pretty tired. Oh, there we go, man. More mini medals. Probably do a fair bit tomorrow, unless I actually get my mail in today. Yeah. First class mail take 2 weeks or more, apparently. I'm almost thinking the mail's just lost, but can't guarantee it. And this cat turned into a fucking flower, dude. Okay. Well, I do wonder if we could go, like... find the other chests now, but I think I don't want to bother unless they're like really simple. One's also behind a jail cell. Oh, one sec. text message. Sorry about that. Alright, well, I guess we could go up there and try and see if we can open the jail cell. We do have the magic key, but unlikely. Mild cheese. We have a few chests we can check around here. But I might check most of those later. Anything I can like actually do right now? I have an animal pelt. But just the one. Oh, this is a magic beast hide. I don't know if that counts. An animal pelt. This is a wing. I mean, I would count it as a pelt, but might not. Two salts. Super salt. Let's keep combining medicine for now. I imagine we're gonna get the 3 mix soon, since they've shown Trude working on it. Salt too, dude, yeah. Greater salt. Thank God we killed that metal slime. It's made the warding of fights, like warding off of fights, actually like really effective. Wonder if we'll be back here. Reseal it. I really feel like they should have had a better security here, man. I mean, yeah, this door's doesn't have a lock on it, man. Fucking walk in, dude. Help yourself to the apocalypse staff. Trode may be an annoying Incompetent bastard, but he's got a heart of gold? Sort of? Garter. Grabbing the princess's garter here, dude. Hopefully Tro doesn't mind. I start raiding her clothes drawer here. Any necessity or anything I can use is to my advantage as a necessity. Provocative underwear for seductive ladies. Can I just add that on? Oh, it takes it off. Increases the wearer's wisdom by how much? By 5? Is 5 wisdom? Where is it? Who would know the numbers on wisdom? In some of these games, wisdom is completely useless, but I think in this it's supposed to give you more, like, spell damage? I don't know. I'd rather give Jessica the garter. But I do like damage. Tough call. I already throw these? Surely, but doesn't hurt to double check. I want to go check the jail cells with the treasure up top. Or was it up top? I don't even know. Somewhere. I imagine I need some other key, the prison key or something. Actually open up the door here, but who knows, man, maybe the magic key's got some use. The right side. Might have been at the very beginning. It's kind of a linear path all the way around. I skip straight to the second floor on the second trip here, so. Oh. How about garter and the bunny tail? Disappointing, dude. Very disappointing. Private clothing, cloak of evasion. I imagine the garter would work there. I don't have a cloak of evasion. We'll go crazy on the mixing when I get 3 slots or whatever. Too tired, I don't be messing with that for too long. Oh, I appreciate it, but I'm just kind of enjoying just dealing with what I got. If I make the items, I make them. I think only really like end game stuff will I be actually wanting to go out of my way to make. I mean, I'm just gonna switch all the gear out anyways. Do appreciate it though. Maybe I will at some point, but yeah, for now I've got plenty of combos. I'm kind of just waiting to get the upgraded alchemy pot, which it has to be coming. I got recipes for 3 things. Alright, let's start from the very bottom. I need to get out of here. Yeah. Because I'm not too interested in grinding either. I'll just take the hand dealt for now. Although, yeah, if anybody remembers where that jail cell was, I'll take that, but... I mean, if I run the gauntlet, I'll find it. I think it might just be near the beginning or something. I thought it was near the top, but maybe I didn't walk in every door. Right here, yeah. Let's see if it's in this one or higher up. I think it was back here. Oh no. Behemoth was for... It was in that trilogy, one of those. I don't know if it shows the treasures on the map though. Oh, here it is. Yep, can't get in here. Grinding to beat him? I don't remember grinding to beat him, I just remember that he was the most impressive boss in the game and he wasn't even the final boss. Which was funny. Because in the Android version he had this crazy cutscene and shit, right? And it looked really cool. And he was walking up to the tower and all that. And you're like, holy fuck. And then the final boss has like barely any ceremony compared to him. That's far less interesting. Alright, let me go check the chest over here so I can delete the picture off my phone. Then I might get off. Let's see. Do want to stay up quite a bit one of these days, but I've already been up for a while. I'll have to get the old sleep adjusted for sunbreak though, for sure, but I like to blast out some longer streams. I got on a little later today, but here we go. The magic key, man. Lesser panacea. Alright, let me delete this. I was writing these down as notes, but I decided to take pictures on the map. It's a lot easier to pinpoint. They said we needed to go to some place we've already been. I mean, I imagine it's this gauntlet. I guess we could see what he says. Fuck it. Although I might want to get some before it closes tonight. We'll talk to the king. Let's see if this is the guy. But the brains guy seems like he'd be more the knowledge dude. He would know more stuff. Oh, not. He smiled at us. Alright, if the king doesn't tell us where it is, we'll just continue tomorrow. Figure this will have to come in handy at some point. Maybe he knows. Because I suppose you could have skipped this. Well, no, you couldn't have skipped it, because they just mentioned it in the Escanta thing. It didn't really have a point, except showing you the moon world. But I guess it did lead Yangus and Owan to go to the other place for shits.
What a pleasant surprise! It's so nice to see you all back at my humble
Get your
home.
hands off of me, you freak.
I'll never forget that day you brought the vision of my dear Sasha to me. I cannot thank you enough. So, what brings you to my kingdom on this fine and sunny day?
I need the almighty instrument.
I see. The Moon Shadow Harp is indeed in Escantha. It has been one of our treasures since ancient times. But I cannot deny my honored friend's request. It would be my pleasure to give it to you. It is locked securely away in the vault below the castle. Allow me to escort you there.
Nice. Got it in one.
This brooch has been passed down through many generations of the royal family.
It's alright, King Pavan. I'm probably the chosen one, and we're gonna save the world, so this was a good call.
Here we are.
And I'm glad that he thought we were that special for showing him the illusion of his wife. Take the fucking, like, ancient treasure here. All this culture and the lineage and all that. Guess we're worthy of it.
The vault is just below us. Come with me.
Jesus. Oh. You should check your vault more often, dude.
I don't believe
I like how King Pavan's just the most fucking, like, cock fucking king, dude. 2 years of mourning. Everybody's calling him limp. Now his vault's fucking, like, taken. I don't even think he's supposed to be that, like, funny, like, incompetent. But he comes across that way.
It must be the work of thieves. I will not stand for this.
Voice acting.
It appears that the unthinkable has happened, and the Moon Shadow Harp has been stolen.
Yeah, I can tell. How long has it been though, man?
The culprits could still be inside this tunnel. It's too dangerous for you to go after them. You mustn't set foot inside. I will summon the castle guards. They'll get the harp back. You mark my words.
The castle guard. They've been out of business for a while. Alright, we'll check that out a bit. This is a nice change of events here. I feel like we're going back to places and doing different things instead of just sticking to one non-stop path. Hey, look at this thing. Cool. I'll worry about that later. Is there any treasures in this guy's place? I mean, I have the ability, but for sure it only would check for each floor. And I have pictures to let me know if they're behind gates or not. If they're through different loading screens, it might not even count. Alright. Let's hit a save. Ooh. Let me mix something real quick. Then save, and then I think I'm gonna jump off here actually. And we can use the lesser panaceas now. And the cow shite. That just opened up more options. Not just 3. Let me try and go get 2 bronze knives. Hello. Throw her in the back, my man. Alright. This is apparently a hat for honks. The honk hat. See if it's true. Tomorrow, cliffhanger. Stay tuned for the next stream. Don't actually stay in the stream for like 12 hours or whatever. Or do what you want. But I'm gonna save and we will continue tomorrow. I'm a little tired. Probably go for a longer stream tomorrow unless get distracted and start late again. Sit here and wait, just staring at the offline screen. Technology's one of the real ones, man. Such loyalty, dude. Go to the hilltop. I just want to go somewhere there's a safe like 2 feet away. Alright guys, thank you very much for watching. I don't have anybody I think that's on right now. Oh, Cactus is on. Let's raid Cactus. We should be playing Toho 6. Just been trying to practice for the last week or two to clear the extra stage. Toho's Bullet Hell. It's interesting stuff. I'll be in there a bit, but I'm gonna probably end up falling asleep in my chair in like 2 seconds. So if he's not on that, he'd be on Ninja, Fire Emblem Gaiden or something. I think he's working on. Anyways, I'll catch you guys later. Thank you very much. Dragon Quest will be the next thing we do tomorrow. If I get my mail in though, it'll be the new Mars Trackers.